What do you do about all that white noise? Wanna watch me play a good game? Nah. I need a timer for this, don't I? Billion soft. Reminds me of billion full. The game says Freddy Fish 1, but that's honestly like the one, actually now that I actually think about the game, the one I don't want to speedrun. Let's do Freddy Fish 2.
These are the things we need to find to trap the ghost. We'll still need to get a diver's helmet, a wheel.
I think this is a pretty good save.
These are
Oh, I didn't post in Discord that I'm live.
It's a list that shows what we...
Actually, this is... No, pulley is bad, so actually the save is no good. Did the other save have pulley too? Or does it just force you to have pulley? Dang. Life preservers... Helmet and Trident are like the same speed. Rope is probably faster than Cork. Actually, they both have Cork. Wheels slow. No, Wheel's fast. Cork is slow. Well, they both have Cork. What's the common? Wheel and Trident are like both really quick. So actually, Trident's quicker than Wheel. What do you need to get the Wheel? Just the wrench. Where's the wrench? So life preserver, pulley, and Cork. So it is just a... I guess I needed to save at the end, I don't remember. Definitely not. The mock stop Mipple Bop Wapple Bopper is really slow.
Ow. These are... Ow.
Is this just the same as I already had? Yeah, damn, it's the same as the first file I tried.
Ow. These...
And now is that the same as the second file? No, so this is unique. Rope reel. It really does want you to do the pulley, doesn't it? The Did I never like rank the items for how fast they are? I feel like I never formally did that. What do you need for the... So we skip worm doodles, so actually I think... Wait, no, I'm stupid. So I deleted this file for no reason. How did I never... Like, I know that we run off an impossible seed in Freddy Fish 2, but I don't know why we never... I think I want one of a trident.
Ow. This we need... That we... That... That...
Wait a sec, having cork
This...
and wheel could be bad unless we route this a certain way.
Ow.
Normally I would have done something like this off stream. Yeah, having cork and having cork and wheel together is really bad. So then, okay, so there are seeds that don't have cork and wheel. I honestly think it's this one, unless I can exchange Life Preserver for... No, because I said wheel doesn't work. Alright, we're going with the second file.
I'll wait. What? These are my plastic-coated...
There's no helmet. If I can exchange life preserver for helmet, like that'd be good. I think. I don't know. Yeah, because everything else is good and fast and doesn't conflict. Actually, what I would want ideally, I think the optimal pattern would be trident, rope, pulley since it insists, cork. Alright, we'll give it a few more V-sets to see if that combination's possible. Once I get some water, I'm really fucking thirsty already. What the? Oh. I mean, that's everything except... Actually, no, it's pretty far off from what I need. Isn't that what I just reset over? But isn't cork and wheel together in the actual speedrun? What was the first setup file? I mean, if it was tried instead of life preserver, I'd go with this one, but because that's what the speedrun actually is. It's trident instead of pulley, since we just manipulate it to choose what we want.
Come on, Luther, let's...
Let me just get one more seed that isn't freaking mock stop nipple bop whopper bopper. It's weird that it should say like back to menu or something. Back is pretty vague. Oh hey, no pulley. But then that freaking thing.
These are
Actually, would Mock stop Mipple Whopper Whopper would that actually be faster than Pulley? Because no stupid, no having to go into the cave for Casey's glasses. The treasure's not, the trophy's not that slow. They might actually have something here. No, I think this is it. Let me just run through this route. Now, how the heck do you get the trophy again?
Who'd have thought that untying? Wow! Keep going. The knots get.
Do I need the cork?
It's a list.
Yeah. So we are gonna have to go into the cave at the end. Still got this shit to deal with. There's nothing over here. There's no worm doodles. I already got all the items except for one. Now for this, I simply believe.
Hey.
No, weirdo.
Hey, I think this fell off the back of the log.
It says to get the combination to this lock, show this card to Mr. Triplefin.
So, if we show this card to Mr. Triplefin, he'll give us the combination.
Luther, you're a genius.
I know.
Hooray! We made it to the other side!
What's this? Hey, you giving me the business?
Your business card, sir.
Well, so it is. You boys will be wanting the combination to the trophy case.
Excuse me, sir, but I'm not a boy. I'm a girl.
Hey, that's a coincidence. So's Mrs. Triplefin.
Thanks for the
You
combination,
married straight?
Mr. Triplefin.
How boring. Unless Mrs. Triplefin is not your spouse. Whatever. Oh, I think it's been so long since I've done this in a speedrun, so I think the code it gives me here is random. Or maybe it is set.
Get this lock open now.
No, this code is consistent. This is random. I think. It's been so long, because I remember when I first did this speedrun. I used to run off this route because I thought this was the fastest for some reason, because I didn't fully explore the game, but then I realized, oh, this and Pulley are the slowest, so... There's your damn trophy, you thief. Yeah, this is a pretty epic save. Let's do it.
This we. Oh. Keep going. Good. We need.
Look at me, don't know where the loading zones are. Don't even let you try. Funny.
Hooray!
Great!
We made it to the other side.
Can't skip that, by the way. Freddy speaking, I mean.
I'll bet we can get this waffle. These are the things we need to...
Where's the combo?
These are my plastic-coated safety figures.
So it is the same, it just doesn't let you try unless you do it this way. Weird. I would like to grab the trophy. Yes, Freddy.
Play with... This, we need to get... Oh. That can't be right.
How do I not remember the square?
Keep... Now...
I seem to recall it being easy to remember. This honestly isn't that slow, so I guess it's pretty reasonable why me from 2014 thought this was optimal.
Hooray! We made it to the other side!
Yeah, this is way faster than the pulley.
I'll bet we could... This...
Next one I'm gonna see if I even need to click on the sheet.
This...
137, not bad. See how much more we can push this. Darn it. This is so much slower than just running on PC though, dang.
Look, keep... Hey! We...
Wow, I'm playing like crap.
That... Two...
Having that rhythm is really challenging with a controller. Like click, escape, escape is like really weird to do on a controller.
Hooray! We made it to the other side!
Not this way. Well, at least I can test the thing now.
I'll bet we... can get this lock open now.
Slower. I think I got bad lock RNG. Plus I was playing bad. So it's more of a skill issue than bad RNG.
Oh. We're not having much luck. Who'd have thought that? Whoops! We just traded one knot for another. Now, keep going.
There it freaking is. We just traded one knot for another.
We need to get. Hey, keep going now.
I wonder which one is optimal based on, like, speed. Happens sooner than later.
Hooray! We made it to the other side. I'll bet we...
Ooh. Spooky.
Let's go. We're ready to make our trap, Luther.
So aside from bad RNG and the Trident, this was pretty good. I wonder if I can get sub 130. And yeah, I swear this is optimal. Unless... No, I don't even think Life Preserver would be faster than the Cork. So I think this is optimal. Ron Gilbert. Alright, PB is 132. See if we can get sub 130. Not with gameplay like that.
Oh. Look, keep going. We need.
I don't even know what this trophy is for. What did Freddy do to earn it?
Hooray! We made it to the other side!
I think it's a spelling bee trophy. Slow, unoptimal, bad gamer. Oh, the RNG from last run's gonna be hard to beat. And that's exactly what I need, wow. Wow.
We're ready to make our trap, Luther.
That might be GG for this category already.
That's just about everything. Luther, can we use your toy as
So let's watch the ending.
Well, okay.
our trap is complete? Someone's coming.
Hey, boss! Look! A toy! Let's grab it!
Now, Luther.
Let's catch that ghost.
Hey!
It's basically mousetrap, isn't it?
And Luther.
How could you two scare the poor little guppies and steal their toy?
The squid father told us to, 'cause he never had any.
You should know that you can't just take things that belong to someone else.
You know, she just might have a point there, boys.
Okay, you can give back the toy.
The squid father doesn't need the toys as much as the puppies.
Here, give this to the squid father. He should have at least one toy.
Come on, Luther. Let's take these toys back to the guppy. Look what we found!
Guppy toys!
Hip hip hooray! We solved the mystery, Mrs. Croker.
There wasn't really a ghost haunting the school. It was just those sharks pretending to be a ghost.
Congratulations! You saved the school!
Wah. Maybe it's out in Japan. Actually, I think the app is my app is horribly out of date anyway. Because they both should be 214 or 216. Yeah, because the Japanese one was updated because they added Perfect Dark. It was initially just GoldenEye and Jet Force, and then they added Perfect Dark, whereas the American one is just Perfect Dark and Turok. I don't think Tooie is out in Japan because it would be different. Or would it? Why would it be out in Japan first? I mean, it couldn't hurt to check. Watch my subscription expire. Something new to play, but what is it? That's not Banjo-Tooie, that's Blast Dozer. I wonder if Nintendo would ever think of re-releasing the original version of Pokemon Stadium. Probably not, since Pokemonster Stadium 1 is so bad. It's not even a finished game. I wonder what my save files are like here. right. That still looks mad weird. Didn't mean to actually go into that, I thought. Played for 5 hours, 7 minutes. I played a little of OOT on here. It's the same thing. Star Fox. Alright, they got both custom robo games on here. Right, there's 2 of them. Yes. That's pretty cool, but they've never been localized, so... Mario Party 1, 2, and 3, Wave Race, Pilot Wings. Can really see how the Banjo Japanese box art just rips off Mario 64's box art. Well, I guess it was a common motif, because Star Fox has something similar. Mario Story box art looks pretty awesome. This is the worst box art ever. Kirby looks pretty cool. So then is this and Banjo the only rare titles on here? Yeah, I guess so, because the other games, GoldenEye, Perfect Dark, and Jet Force Gemini, are all adult rated in Japan. The heck is pack in soft mean? I wonder what the Japanese version of this game is like. Probably pretty much the same as the American version. Do something. Fortunately, I already know how to play this game. You just smash up, at least for some of the missions, like this, you perhaps Blast Core is another game I should go back to, because man, do some of the later missions get really frustrating and difficult. But the people who vouch by this game really freaking vouch by it.
Not a scratch on it. No trouble at all.
No trouble at all. Woohoo. I did say I would do more Freddy Fish speedrunning. Like, I didn't just promise Freddy Fish 1, I also kind of promised Freddy Fish 1 and 5. So let's try to play those. Like, damn, I got an hour to kill. I guess I could have just spent it by, I don't know, filling out my ballot, working on my story. But no, I decided to go live early. But not as early as I originally planned. Banjo-Tooie might not even come out tonight, so I don't even know what like time I should wait for it. And give me 1 second while I BRB for some water. Okay, I'm back. Miss anything? No, of course not. Nothing ever happens here. Alright, let's jump into some Freddy Fish 5. No, Freddy Fish 1. Let's just try Freddy Fish 1, see what we can muster up speedrun wise. Why do I have so many saves? Oh yeah, because you have absolutely no idea where to begin with speedrunning this version. Oh, I forgot freaking game has content ID matching. Actually, that only applies to YouTube. I don't care. Sorry, there's been so much downtime on this stream.
The clue says go to the old whalebone.
Uh-oh, I'm stuck.
You know, I don't want to play Freddy Fish 1. Freddy Fish 1 is slow and awful. And then there's Freddy Fish 5, which is slow but not awful. No hotkey, unlike the other versions. Forgot about that.
Hello.
So, Freddy Fish 5. Kind of forget where to even begin with making a save file for this game.
That's too low. That's too low.
Pretty sure all of this spells out slow. So this isn't bad. I think just this. How the heck do you get this?
How about a pun?
Well done. That's rare for this medium.
Spare me.
Oh. What's this fancy gadget all about?
This fancy gadget saves you the pain and discomfort of having to reach into unseemly places.
Unseemly?
Yeah, you know, stinky, dirty, poisonous, hot, whatever.
There are all sorts of places I could use that.
Watch it work.
This is just a gadget from Freddy Fish 2, isn't it?
Wow, that is really neat.
It's a bargain at 3 purple sea urchins.
So it is the same price as the jokes.
You
Why do we need it? Oh, it serves the same darn purpose, doesn't it? Let's try to run this save file. This is gonna be so slow, isn't it? This is gonna be like a 5-minute, 6-minute speed run. You wanna come here, cat? Oh.
Where'd I...
ex- It's up to it. Too far. That's too far down. Too low. Too. It's up. You.
It's my best friend, Link the 8.
Hi. That's not going to do me. When can we talk with the mayor?
As soon as you bring me...
I wonder which key you
Why in the world are we
There.
grinding for best key? Like, that's so minimal time. Compared to everything else, at least. That cop.
look, Lo.
Is it just... Huh? But it already matches. Yellow, blue, red. No, it needs to be... I'm supposed to be referencing the other part.
Maybe move... That didn't fit there. Let's try another piece of... Good one, Freddy.
Good one,
That
Freddy.
piece fit perfect. We're getting somewhere now, Luther.
Good one, Freddy. That piece dropped right...
That piece fit perfectly.
Good one, Freddy.
There.
That mud skipper should...
We get some.
I don't know if that's amazing memory or if I'm just really good at guessing.
What are you? I don't.
Bless me.
Maybe.
Is there any difference puzzle-wise to these?
We...
No, it's pretty much the same freaking thing.
Excuse me.
So why bother with the RNG? I don't know why they bothered with a different scenario when you do the exact same thing for both. I mean, it works for me, one less thing of RNG to grind. You didn't give the food to Casey.
Hi, Keith.
I forget. I don't think the key is inside the food. I think Casey's just like, here's a key with the same green stuff attached to it. I always did like how nice Freddy Fish 5 flows. Like, there's a lot of crap and a lot of interweaving. There's a lot of items and a lot of interweaving puzzles, and it all manages to flow pretty nicely still. It's not the complete cluster F that Papa Joins the Circus feels like. I mean, that game kind of flows, but that game there's just items everywhere.
Rise!
Okay, what have we got for Marty's compound?
It's some... All we need...
238. Oh, that's annoying.
Two, three, eight. Enter.
Oh god. Any time this later, mods? Whatever, this is not gonna run, I'm gonna submit. At least I hope not.
Here's the deed. It says that Coral Cove Park belongs to Zamfir Duncan Dogberry Valentine.
Just like Zamfir said it would.
Security! Security! I got intruders in the compound! I got intruders in the compound! It's martial law! It's anarchy! Security! How'd you get in? You're all under arrest!
Hold up right there. I understand there's a dispute over the rightful owner of Coral Cove Park. What's this about?
Marty should be under arrest for theft. This deed proves that Coral Cove belongs to Zamfir.
Is this true? Marty, have you any defense?
Now,
Bad cop. The only option is to leave the game.
Quit.
So no matter what, you have to load a new game to get back to the saves. That was pretty gross and slow. Come on, come on, come on. I've never tried this. You can communicate with local users to unify your software version. For always kind of wanted to try that. Like, I can only see that being useful if like you have a Switch that has absolutely no Wi-Fi. But that if you're bringing your Switch to a friend's house, they probably have Wi-Fi and you can update. So unless they're coming to your place and you don't have Wi-Fi, I mean, it's funny to imagine, like, you know, everyone has Wi-Fi, but fact of the matter is, Wi-Fi is not ubiquitous. It's expensive. I'll do another run in a moment. Just give me a sec. Oh god, my monitor is so far away. Hi Sarah, good to see you. You've been trying to log into Twitch. Well, that can't be good. Twitch made you log in twice. I don't know, this is... Okay, so honest question, would YouTube streaming be better? You got distracted. Because I'm kind of running into a funny scenario where a few streamers I follow dual stream on Twitch and YouTube, and what I find is like that's almost better to watch them on YouTube because I have YouTube Premium and Twitch ads are really unbearable, so actually I'll just watch them on YouTube for no ads. YouTube's pretty crap too. I don't know, Twitch just seems really clunky and heavy and bad, but YouTube is really bloated as well, isn't it? Anyway, updating the leaderboards earlier kind of made me realize, hey, I never followed through with my promise of speedrunning Freddy Fish 2, 1, 2, and 5. YouTube's been annoying to you too. I'm not wrong, of course not, I'm never wrong. So I already speedran Freddy Fish 2 and got a pretty sick run in that game. So now we're speedrunning Freddy Fish 5 because getting a good save file for Freddy Fish 5 is relatively simple compared to the travesty that is Freddy Fish 1 and its RNG, as well as just how slow and awful the game is. This version of the game is. Hello, Gillian. Oh. Oh, you have to give it to the mayor.
There.
Gaming right now, so it's hard to look at chat. Man, the more I listen to this soundtrack, the more it really just reminds me of the Jam Sam 4's soundtrack, which is not something I care to be reminded of too often. I mean, the music in that game is not bad, but I don't know, music in this game is weird. It's a totally different style from all the other games. I mean, different is good. Sometimes.
Good one, Freddy.
That piece fit perfect. Getting somewhere now, Luther.
Good one, Freddy. That piece dropped right.
A million Twitch
Somewhere
viewers.
now, Luther.
If only. Nah, I wouldn't be able to cope with that pressure.
That mud skipper sure is having. What?
That scream is so loud.
Good. It's a What are you? May we?
May we or may we not? So you'll notice I got this thing instead of the jokes. But here's what I'm kind of realizing. I'm not sure why they bothered with this bit of randomness, because you do effectively the exact same thing. You pay this guy 3 urchins. You use an item on a thing in front of the knick-knack shop, and you get the bolt. So, like, regardless of whether it's the clam with the bolt or the anemone, you do the same thing. So I'm not sure why they bothered. I mean, it works for me. It's one less thing of RNG to worry about. It's kind of a lot of effort to go to for nothing. Do not forget Casey this time.
Hi, Casey.
How could I forget about Casey?
Do you? See.
Can't you go the other way? Oh well.
It's
Get the paper. It's probably for the best I didn't go live earlier, because I would have just burnt myself out. Plus at the time there was a lot of construction, so it would have been very difficult to listen to anyway.
Right.
I don't like that I got red light, but whatever.
oh. 2, 3, 8. Enter.
Way faster. Okay, what did I miss in chat? There just aren't many good answers. You use one of the big platforms, you get screwed,
Here's the
or use a
date.
smaller one and get no audience,
It
unless you
says
have
the
a million
Coral
Twitch
Cove
viewers
Park
already.
belongs to Zamfir Duncan Dogberry
What you mean is-
Valentine.
Just like Zamfir said it would.
Security!
Yeah.
Security! I got intruders in the compound! I got intruders in the compound!
You don't know how late you'll stay? That's fine.
It's martial law! It's anarchy!
EDT not true.
How'd you get in? You're all under arrest!
Hold up right there.
Speaking of time, could it be time? No. I don't know what precedents we're going off of, because I mean, NSO times have updated at all kinds of times, haven't they? Like, I remember when Banjo-Kazooie came out, I think that came out like 6 p.m. my time, but that was the day it was being advertised. It wasn't a day early. The YouTube trailer for Tooie says October 25th. So it honestly could be like Friday night. I don't think it's coming out tonight. No, it wouldn't be that late, would it? The Japanese trailer also says October 25th, and it's like way later for them. Oh yeah, I was checking the Japanese app too. Well, if you don't check the internet, you don't know. Nintendo Switch Online. Voice talent of... Yeah. The arrow's a different color. the back, the not the cursor, the arrow. I mean, flashing warning. I mean, I don't know how many more times I want to do a 5-minute speed run. I'm pretty tired, TBH. What time is it in Japan anyway? According to world clock, it is 9 a.m. there. Would NSO update like 10 a.m. Japan time? Seems kind of weird. This is kind of the problem with NSO in general. You really don't know the exact instance that the games are coming out. Like it was a problem with digital anyway. Like the unlock is not consistent. Or no, it's pretty consistent. Or it never feels consistent, but I think it is. Like when you unlock a digital game, it is consistent, but never feels consistent. From my experience, all 3 times I've preloaded a digital game, it's always excruciating, it's always confusing if it's like 9 p.m. my time, if it's a different time for other people.
Where?
I want to at least get sub 5. I wonder if anyone will try to contest these runs, because up until today you couldn't even submit a speed run for Freddy Fish on Switch. But now you can. Sorry it took like a bunch of months to update that. Kind of my bad for being lazy and distracted by the other fandom I'm a part of. Are you kidding me?
I don't think I need that right now.
You have to put back the fin comb yourself. Freddy doesn't do that for you. The barber better get this place checked out. There's bugs everywhere. Still so funny that L and R are click point hotkeys.
What?
Eee. What the? It's a way. Honestly, the imagination they must have had to fill these games with so many click points is honestly kind of astonishing. Eh. God, there are humans in this world. Like you literally don't need to design a single click point, yet they make so many per screen. And they just get so imaginative with some of them. Like the whale's there now. I guess there is a whale in Freddy Fish 4. beat it in 254, if only. The games would feel different without them. They truly would, so... Ugh. It really is... They really are essential to the game. To these games' feel and their identity, so I applaud them for doing it. It's unnecessary gameplay-wise, but it adds so much, still adds a lot to the game. I don't think I'll be getting Impossible Cycle on Switch.
That's too low right that.
Like, this room is really weird how it has no click points. Or, it does? I guess you can't click on them while you're on the geyser. I heard something. Gillian is so generous, selling glue for just one urchin. Such a bargain.
There.
Number 9, Finn pick.
Look, Los.
We got easy puzzle this time, because apparently I don't know what Morse code is. So, we get the faster path.
It's a cool. That piece won't fit there.
Good one, Freddy.
That piece fit perfect and fit. I guess we should try another piece. We're getting somewhere now, Luther.
Good one, Freddy. That piece dropped right in.
We're getting somewhere now, Luther. There.
Look at that mud skipper go.
He seems to know exactly which...
Okay, is this...
Whoa. Whoa.
Wait.
Probably gonna reset this. I have a image with all the possible mud skip paths written down that I should probably reference. Yeah, let me get that 1 second. If I can remember where the heck it was. It's pretty jazzy music. Oh, it's its own folder, not an image. I remember now. So what was that path he took? Yeah, I got that path written.
We did something.
Alright, now that I have a mud skipper path to reference, even though I was hoping I'd never have to reference it. Because I thought, oh, my memory's just fine enough. Well, apparently not.
We're not...
Hell.
Excuse... It...
I'll be honest, I'll be totally fine if Banjo-Tooie doesn't come out tonight. Because tonight just kind of feels like a day where I'd honestly rather chill. And for whatever reason, Twitch streams aren't chill. I mean, it's chill talking to y'all, but when it comes to streaming on Twitch, it's surprisingly,
There.
like, intensive. Like, I have to focus on the video game. I can't chill while streaming. Or... like, streaming on Twitch is tough. I can't just have long periods where I'm just staring at a wall like I normally would. It's fine either way. If Tooie comes out tonight, we'll play that, and it'll be fun. Because it's fun when Nintendo acknowledges Banjo, which they've done 3 times in the past 5 years.
Good one, Freddy. That piece drop.
We're getting somewhere now, Lou. That piece fit perfectly.
Do you realize we're coming out?
Good one, Freddy. That piece
There.
We're approaching 5.
Look at that mud
Focus.
jump from puddle to puddle.
That is the path I got last time.
Good. It's up.
We're 9 years out from Rare Replay. Next year is the 10th anniversary of Rare Replay. Next year is the 10th anniversary of the 30th anniversary of Rare. And being like that was 10 years ago is kind of crazy.
May we...
So like, wouldn't 10 years of Rare Replay be the perfect excuse to put that game on PC? Or make an updated version? Like, no, put on PC. I don't care. All those games need to be on. A lot of anniversaries, yep. What's 2024 have? The 30-year anniversary of Freddy Fish as a franchise?
Do you...
Rarer Replay. I'd buy that. Rarer Replay. Every game is just one app and not most of the games, and then the Xbox 360 games are separate apps. That's kind of annoying. Just put everything in one app. Like, they could do that. Freddy is 30 now! Look how old she is. Not that I'm old shaming, I'm just pointing it out, the fact.
Hi, Kate.
God, I still remember Mr. 831's video. I don't even remember what video it was. I think he was just showing off an old computer of his. But he said something. He said something that was like, oh, by the way, it's 2012. I believe it's the 20-year anniversary of Humongous Entertainment as a company.
Old?
And I remember thinking, like, wow, 20 years ago, Humongous Entertainment formed, and... I mean, it's kind of fun, because Humongous lasted for a decade, basically, like 1992 to 2001. So you can look at, like, they pretty much died on the 10-year anniversary, didn't they? So when I was just getting back into HE, it was the 10-year anniversary of Spy Fox Operation Ozone, I remember. How young we were. Imagine that, like, imagine a world where the last HE game was less than 10 years ago. And what are we at now? We're at the 23-year... It's been... When did Spy Fox Operation Ozone come out from today? 23 years. So my nostalgia period for these games have lasted longer than... My revisiting of these games has lasted longer than my actual childhood did. Also, this run is slow and terrible. You remember a world where these games were new. You know, so do I. I remember playing. Well, by the time I had cognitive memory, Humongous was already done, basically. Like 2001.
So
It's like when I started to actually remember things happening.
it's
Why is this run so slow? What did I do wrong?
3A. Enter.
What did I miss? Oh, the candle. Yeah, same. It's not 6 yet. Or it's not. These games weren't old yet, they were still being sold. I seem to recall, I don't know, maybe at a book fair or something, I remember Jam Jam 2 being sold. It might have been secondhand, I don't remember if there was a box. Maybe it was just a jewel case. Maybe it was a box. I mean, kinda sucks we don't have any of that stuff anymore. Like when I reassembled my my childhood HE collection, it was kind of sad that everything was literally just discs. Even the jewel cases were gone. What the hell did we do with the jewel cases? Like cardboard boxes I can kind of understand, but jeez. You would have freaked the fuck out if you saw HE games at a fair. Yeah, that'd be pretty... Like, maybe it did happen, maybe that's why I remember it, or maybe... I'm not injecting false memories. You only passed up Freddy Fish 4 at the video store because you didn't like Freddy Fish 4 as a kid. Aww. See, if I make the cursor this speed, it's... The pixel shimmering is there, but at this speed, it's... There is no shimmering. Or less shimmering. It's like a magic speed where there's no shimmering on the mouse. Sunset Shimmer, yes. I just rewatched all those movies, by the way. Since you want to feel old again, Rainbow Rocks just celebrated its 10th year anniversary. 10 years of the second Equestria Girls movie. 10 years. Ugh. If it was in a box, you would have got it. If it was a jewel case release. It was a jewel case release. I mean, I didn't have money back then. You can't believe this now adults who find MLP film nostalgic. I mean, that is kind of... I mean, you are right. A lot of people I find... actually, a lot of people I ask... turns out they got into Friendship is Magic in their, like, teenage years, I find. Like, I know there was that big thing, the big media scare of adults are watching My Little Pony, grown men are watching, but really, all the people who are bronies now, I mean, obviously, a lot of time has passed since Friendship is Magic started, so maybe it's clouded a little, but what happened to all the middle-aged men from 2012 who were watching My Little Pony? Where are they now? They probably didn't watch G5, but a lot of people who, like, kept up with G5 and current stuff MLP, they're like mid to late 20s. 10 years ago they would have been teens, so yeah, I guess it just happens to be who I'm surrounding myself with. Is kinda like, oh yeah, they were that age at that time, now they're old. People who grew up watching it as kids aren't now, unless they... Oh no. Come on, come on, come on. It's 6:03. What the? We got something. I guess the American app doesn't want to wait. No, I'm thinking of... Okay, we got something, but give me a second. Someone's barbecuing. I smell something bad. Middle-aged men are mean. They sure are. Maybe people watch MLP either. I mean, yeah. Okay, we got it in America too. Sorry, Freddy. Oh yeah, hi you. Okay. My excitement was almost like interrupted by like, do I smell fire? But oh, I was so excited I forgot to unplug my N64 controller from the charging bay. Alright, gotta have the proper controller as first player. Alright, get out of here, W split. And gotta change the game and title, I presume. Right. Oh yeah, Tooie has multiplayer, so if you want to do that. How much fun that ends up being. There's something new to play! I wonder what it is! Holy shit! Oh, this is so good. Oh, the logo looks like shit because the bit mapping of the 2D graphics is all wrong. You think Nintendo would make their emulator better, but no. Whoop. You never played Tooie? Well, I have. You may or may not have known that. All 4 controls are plugged in already. Let's get that widescreen going. Actually, I was about to say let's boot up the European app. But then I remembered the European ROMs are already here. Hello, Jimmy. Welcome to the stream. Give him a moment. Maybe he's just hyped. Maybe he's just hyped like I am. Ugh. PAL version's gross. They sped up the intro to compensate for the slower frame rate. How's the game? It's pretty good, although I'd like it if you stopped swearing. Ooh, look at all these options. Screen scale. Oh. Can I reset this to default? So the PAL version has a... this, I guess. What's the difference with the PAL version? Languages. French, German, Spanish. I guess just those. English, Spanish, German, French. Apparently the Xbox version has Italian. The Switch does not have. Sad. This is also Japanese language. Anyway, if you don't stop swearing, I will actually time you out and ban you. I'm not kidding. Alright, let's just play the game. And let's watch the intro, because the intro is really cool. Yes, you can. You just have to put your mind to it. Oh yeah, the irony. 2 years since Gruntilda was defeated by Banjo and Kazooie. Your name is Goofster. So... But I'm not in the mood to goof around tonight. Oh yeah, we will let this play out, see how the music, if the music desyncs like it does on Xbox. So... So I mean, here it is. This is the N64 ROM just put onto an app, put onto an emulator. It's not like the Xbox version, which was like recompiled, remade. It's the whole thing. Whereas Nintendo don't give a fuck. They'll just emulate their games. 60 seconds. If he comes back. I'll time him out again. Or I'll just ban him. Like, the dude's not funny at all. Like, in what world is, like, your keyboard just gonna send that out? Is Rare Replay's version running an Xbox 360 MU? Yes, it is. Actually, when you download the game, because you can buy the game separately, because it's really weird. Rare Replay entitles you to download the Xbox 360 version of the game from the store. Like, it's not part of the game per se. It recognizes, hey, you have Rare Replay, you can download this from the store. But yeah, Xbox 360 games on Xbox One and Xbox Series systems are an Xbox 360 emulator, so if you truly have such a malicious plugin, well, that's what I mean. They'd have to make a new version of Rare Replay. Like, they wouldn't port... Well, actually... Okay, we're getting some music desyncing. So this version... So people were curious, is this going to be Banjo-Tooie without slowdown? And it kind of seems like it. I mean, you still have long load times. Like, Xbox 360, you blink and the loading's done. Whereas N64, you can run to the gym and the loading won't be done. But yeah, now the... pretty bad desync. Everyone's probably actually playing the game and not watching the intro, and I'm just a fool who actually likes Banjo-Tooie's story. I mean, if you... I don't know. Like, if you make one executable that has Banjo-Kazooie Xbox Live, but internally it's an Xbox 360 emulator, and you hand that out to people. How can you have long loads on a cartridge? Rare found a way with Banjo-Tooie. Like, you wouldn't believe it, but... yeah, Tooie genuinely takes its sweet-ass time to load. Also, it's part of the reason why GoldenEye didn't come out on PC, just Xbox and Switch, because they were like, we don't want to give you an emulator, and probably also has to do with licensing. It just would have been another thing to license, and they were just like, no thanks. It's hard enough to license that game as is. Yeah, the levitating music was supposed to start earlier. That's like a full second off. Ta-da! Cozy Glow is free from stone! I wish. Well, no, they obliterated her. It was just a boulder. There is a Switch version. Oh yeah, Cotton. The Sega Saturn emulator. On the eShop. I heard about that. Like I said, I played around with Banjo-Tooie Injected a couple years back when I was actually messing around with modded Switch stuff. And it was kind of gross. That's what's really weird. I don't know how Nintendo managed in the year 2022 to basically make an emulator that feels exactly like Project 64 did in 2005. Like, this is not like a highly accurate emulator. Seeing us Brony Man has, we must whack. Like, NSO should not feel like Project 64 1.6, but it does. Even the Wii Virtual Console felt better. I mean, I can't harp on Nintendo too bad for the desynced music, but Xbox, they should have done something. Like, make the intro a damn FMV if the music's gonna be that far off. Like, on Xbox, the music gets, like, way off, like half a minute off. The intro's, like, unwatchable on Xbox. Revenge is mine, I cannot miss. Let's see that furry fool dodge this. Wow, that's way... So, when Grunty charges a spell in N64, it runs at, like, 5 frames a sec. That was, like, almost full 30. I'm not falling for that again. I'm staying right here. Damn, it's actually kind of eerie with the... just the sound effect. Have I talked about the Xbox version in lengths? Because I'm kind of back and forth with it. On the one hand, I'm kind of like, wow, it's Banjo-Tooie in 1080p, perfect 30 FPS. This is like the definitive version of the game. But like, on the other hand, I don't know, I'm kind of a purist. Because people are still clamoring for, you know, Microsoft, give us Banjo. And they already gave us like a so-called like perfect version of Banjo, Kazooie, and Tooie on Xbox 360 way back in the day. So like, I don't know, just put those games on PC. Like, put them natively so you don't have to emulate Xbox 360. I mean, maybe that's the problem with Rare Replay, is porting over, like, what? It would be like 8 different Xbox 360 games would be... Porting them, not emulating them, would be quite the task. I mean, if they wanted to, they probably could have. Would have been a nice gesture for Rare Replay's 10th anniversary. If they started that in, like, 2016, it'd be done by now, but... I mean, later you start, the later you finish, so... Wait, Viva Pinata already has a PC version, I think. Update that. At least Def 1 got out safely. 1, 2, 3. Right, there were just 3 of us inside. Oh wait, Banjo's 2 and 1. Imagine if you couldn't skip the intro for speedrunning. Like, even on a fresh save file, you can skip the intro. That's weird. Kazooie? Oh yeah, native widescreen. I mean, Tui had widescreen originally, and this is just another example of the NSO app supporting widescreen. And that's another thing with injects. Like, I think when I was messing with injects, I think GoldenEye hadn't even come out officially, so we hadn't. Whoa! No slowdown! Man, this looks. I mean, it's Banjo-Tooie. It's no slowdown at all. I don't have to turn the camera to look away from the waterfalls. Still have fairly long loading times. Like I say, Xbox is like immediate. This is a second or two. It's really ironic that this comes out now, like just a few weeks after my oh yeah. Can skip the dialogue on this version because we have the L button, folks, and oh, it's a red potion. Because on the Xbox version, they forgot to map the L button, so you can't do fast text skipping. So this might actually be the very best version of Banjo-Tooie for speedrunning, because you have no lag like Xbox, you have not as fast loading times, but still faster than N64, and you have the text skipping that only the N64 version had. So who knows? Maybe we'll speedrun this version for kicks or something. I mean, I did kind of want to go back to Tooie at some point. I kind of felt bad for kind of just getting one PB and stopping. But I mean, that's kind of how I am, isn't it? It's just... Alright, Sarah's gonna BRB. So much echo. Maybe I should have played Banjo-Kazooie before this. Because playing Kazooie always gets me in the mood for Tooie. Wait. There's no fade-in! There's no fading! This looks horrible! It's supposed to fade from one to another. I'm gonna have to report this to Nintendo immediately. Ugh, how's it gonna look when you get the other eggs? What's wrong with the shadow? It's so pixelated! Oh no, the shadow's not up-res like the rest of the graphics. Ugh! How do you do this again? It's been a while. Alright, I can't do it. Can't speedrun anymore. Tragic. Don't even need to talk to Mr. Jingling. Ugh! Shadow's not supposed to be in that shot. I don't know how the one guy knew that Tooie would come out 6 p.m. today, but... We'll skip this cutscene, I don't really care. Let's get the Amazo Gaze goggles. You can't do the any % speedrun you normally do because that requires you already have beaten the game. Or you should check out the Japanese version at some point. Yep, back in Italy. Oh, so I'm gonna play through Banjo-Tooie slightly differently than I normally would. We are going to attempt a no backtracking run. What does that mean? It means once I go into a level, I have to do as much as I can, and once I leave it, I can't go back. Because a lot of people's complaint with Banjo-Tooie is too much backtracking, but we're going to see if I can get 70 jiggies without backtracking. And there's some jiggies that force you to backtrack, but you can skip them with glitches. So we'll see if I'm skilled enough with glitches to be able to do that. Well, let's see how this is on this emulator. Oh! It's just like Xbox, there's no lag. On Switch, on N64, it's so slow. But I mean, at least they emulated this effect correctly. The frame buffer. So let's wait an eternity for him to open up worlds. So I wonder if we're gonna like reset to skip this cutscene, or if it's even worth it on this version. Wowie zowie. The power of the mighty Jiggy Wiggy. Smooth frame rates. Like, this is what I've always been kind of torn about when it comes to N64 emulation is... I mean, if you have an accurate N64 emulator, shouldn't it also emulate the slowdown? Because you want to be accurate to the chips, right? So... But most N64 emulators, usually you get faster performance. I guess people make the exception for that. So here's something about this area. When fortune smiles, here will be written the Jiggy secrets. So what the heck does that mean? Guess not, yeah. When fortune smiles, the Jiggy secrets. This one? Witchy World is where fortune may smile upon you. So basically that signpost is your hint as to how to... So these signposts don't tell you anything yet. But the signpost behind Jiggy Wiggy is supposed to be your hint as to how to make them say something. And what it alludes to with Witchy World is Gruntilda the fortune teller. It alludes to the fact that she'll very rarely and randomly give you the Get Jiggy cheat. Which, when you enter that cheat, that's when the signposts activate. And when the signposts activate, they just tell you what all the jiggies are. So they'll tell you the 10 jiggies in each world, what they are. So if you don't want to look up a guide, I mean, even back then you can get strategy guides. If you just want to watch in the game, that's a built-in hint system. A really cryptic built-in hint system. I kind of want to even do a video on that subject because it's a very not well known thing. Actually, if I'm not backtracking, I can't save and quit for this part. I don't know. On the one hand, it's nice that NSO got a bump to 720p compared to Wii's and Wii U's 480p, but I don't know. High resolution N64 games just look kind of weird. Especially about anti-aliasing. Ha! That's one thing I didn't realize for a long time, but it's true. The Xbox Live versions of Kazooie and Tooie have anti-aliasing. Like, pretty aggressive. Maybe not too aggressive, but they like it's 1080p and it has smooth, jagged edges. So that's why those games have that look on that system. Whereas Nintendo has never heard of anti-aliasing. So all the games look like pixelated messes. Even like actual modern Switch games, they just never bother with it. And of course on NSO they don't bother, so all the pixels are on full display. I mean, it's also like a matter of preference. Some people never bother with anti-aliasing. Some people can't stand jagged edges on things. HW's crap at AA, you assume? What's HW? Hardware. You know, I don't know why Nintendo never does anti-aliasing. Is my hardware crap at AA? I mean, my laptop's not particularly great. Oh, you mean that's a possible reason why people don't do anti-aliasing? Yeah. Could be a hardware thing. I mean, when you have N64 games you're porting, hardware is not a concern. I guess also people like complain that when third-party developers do AA, it looks pretty bad because third-party games run at pretty low resolutions. So like low res plus AA looks pretty bad. But it's like it's just a Nintendo thing. Nintendo themselves just never choose to do AA. Like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, 1080p. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate 1080p, but no AA. They just don't do it. It's not that the hardware can't, it's just Nintendo never develops their games to have that. Like that's one kind of thing. Like you can be a purist and say, oh, the N64 version. What the? Shadow on the wall? I don't know. Like, you can be a purist and say, oh, the N64 versions of Kazooie and Tooie are better than the Xbox versions. But I mean, you have to give Microsoft the credit for going above and beyond the way they did. Like, you know, if you compare the Xbox Live version of Kazooie to the Wii Virtual Console, which was out at the time, like, it's night and day, pretty much. Like, you have just really moderate emulator, and then you have, like, full-on remaster on Microsoft's side. Like, you gotta commend them for that, in my opinion. And, like, even back in the day, I was, like, wondering to myself, like, you know, what if 4J Studios actually, like, got their hands on, like, Ocarina of Time and Mario 64? What could they do to enhance all the other N64 games? And I guess that dream lives on nowadays thanks to decompilation projects. because now we have full HD widescreen versions of Ocarina of Time and Mario 64. No thanks to Nintendo or 4J or any other developer. I mean, that's basically what the Xbox Live versions of Kazooie, Tooie, and Perfect Dark are, is their recompilations, their ports of the old games. And since they're ports, they can do things like give Kazooie widescreen, which it didn't have originally. You can make them run smooth according to the hardware that it's on. Like perfectly smooth, not like emulator smooth, which is like less slowdown but still juddery because the game is processing a lot of information. Like actually perfectly smooth. Faster loading. There's just a lot more that you can do with a port than you can with emulation. Like that's the problem with GoldenEye on Xbox One, is it kind of pushes above its weight. Like it tries to do a lot, but it's still just an emulator. So ultimately, it's only so far they were able to take it. Whereas with the Xbox 360 version they were working on, but couldn't release, they do a lot more of it. They gave you a gadget short key option or button, which can only be added through the means of like porting and recompiling the game. And emulating, yeah, you could do things like hotkey forward and backward weapon switching, because backwards, okay, not get up here. Switching back on weapons was a thing in the N64 game, so you can make a script to make a button do that. But you can't add something that wasn't there before, so... And that's the thing, these are just ROMs. Because emulation is okay when Nintendo does it, but not when dirty pirates do it. Also, I'm dumb. I should have gone into the temple first. Wow, no slowdown. Normally there's a ton of slowdown when you look out. I think that sounds the way it should. On Xbox, the jiggy spawning sound is all screwed up. Wow, I don't have to be mindful of where my camera's pointed. So, Mayhem Temple is a world that you're not supposed to 100% your first time through, but you actually can. So we are gonna do that. And then we're gonna see how much I can get out of Glitter Gulch Mine without having a... We're gonna see how much I can get from Glitter Gulch Mine the first time around, even with glitches, so I'll be able to get stuff like Waterfall Jiggy. And I'm gonna try to... Oh, let's see how this is. Come on, slow down. No slowdown, practically. Wow, that's like the slowest thing on the N64 version. Okay. What's the other pattern? Not that I can do anything with this, you'll see. No. Oh, it's moon, star. That should open it. Alright, so, I mean, we opened this, but you can't break the boulder without Build Drill. Maybe I should have gone to Glitter Gulch Mine first, so I can get Bildro, so I can actually get this Jiggy. So you can only free her with Bildrill, which you get in the next world, so that's like, it forces you to backtrack here. But this is a no backtracking playthrough, so that's one Jiggy we can't get, for now at least. Ooh, fast swimming. Look at me. We'll speedrun this version at some point for the lulz. Anyway, there's another boulder you can't break without Bildrill, but with some expert platforming. You can get to the G at the top. Kinda just gotta focus on doing it. Jumpo. I mean, it's also really nice that we do live into this. We live in this world where Microsoft is willing to license out rare IP to Nintendo again. Because yeah, it sucked not getting Banjo. It sucked not getting a single rare game on the Wii Virtual Console. At least N64, we did get the DKC trilogy on SNES. But man, like you look at the N64 lineup on Wii and Wii U. And you're like, man, it's really lacking Rare's games, because Rare made some of the most iconic games on the system. So, Nintendo Switch, I mean, you did have DK64 on the Wii U, but not Switch still, strangely. I'll get on that at some... I'll talk about that at some point. I mean, people could say what they want about, oh, Microsoft is giving up on Xbox platform exclusivity, Xbox is doomed, but at least we're getting Banjo-Tooie NSO out of that. Switch, please. Like, here's... Do I talk about it yet? I mean, the NSO app is basically everything I wanted as a kid, which is N64 Virtual Console with Rare's games. Like, I remember... Like, it's 2008, I'm thinking, okay, here's the Wii with Nintendo's games. You have Mario 64, Ocarina, Star Fox, Pokemon Puzzle League on the Wii. And then on the other side, you have Microsoft's system, and they're going to re-release the Rare games on their terms, which they did release some on 360. They sure did. And they're going to do it their way, which they did. Because Banjo now belongs to Microsoft. Because honestly, up until Nuts and Bolts was announced, I didn't even know that there was that Rare was bought by Microsoft. I thought Rare just disappeared. Like, I definitely noticed Rare's absence on the GameCube, but I never really like thought about it or looked into it. I'm just like, where's Banjo? Or I'm just like, I don't remember what I remember thinking. I mean, no, maybe I didn't even question it, because we had Star Fox Zero on GameCube, so maybe we're just like, that's all they got. Or I just stopped thinking about Rare. I mean, I did play Grunty's Revenge on Game Boy Advance as a kid, so... Those weird times. I kind of miss being ignorant. Like, it's kind of hard to imagine... Like, I never heard about the Nintendo DS until the DS Lite was coming out. Not when it released, but when it was about to release. Because I think my brother got it. My brother and his cousin got a DS in 2005. So they were playing. They were there early on. They were playing Mario 64 DS, Nintendogs, Mario Kart. During that time, and then I got a DS Lite. So I remember my brother saying no, or he was saying, if you get a DS, wait for the newer version that they're coming out with. Get it for your birthday. So I still remember, I got a white Nintendo DS Lite for my 9th birthday in 2006. with Animal Crossing Wild World, because I was just like, holy crap, Wild World on Wild World on the DS, on the go. I love Animal Crossing on GameCube. At least that's correct. And yeah, needless to say, I played so much Wild Worlds. Still have my childhood save. Being a kid was cool. Sometimes. It sucked a lot of times too. Like, I mean, it was nice when you would just, when people would just gift you stuff that you wanted when you wanted it. You didn't have to pay money for stuff. Oh. Also, I have to be really careful how I word things because I don't know if it applies to people streaming, but like when it comes to chat, like I'm not kidding, like do not joke about your age on Twitch. Don't even type a meme because Twitch can apparently auto ban your account if you state you're under a certain age. Like, don't even try it. You will lose your account. With no option for appeal. People didn't just give you your stuff. Aw. Maybe I should have told the bee guy from earlier to like, I should have asked him how old he was, and you hope 28 is old enough. Well, yeah, it is, fortunately. It would have been funny, just let him ban himself from the platform. We're in the future! Nintendo Switch? That's so retro. When did that come out? 2017? It's the year 2024. I mean, you think about when the Switch launched, the biggest complaint was that there was no virtual console, and I guess Virtual Console has come. It's just subscription based, which is not what everyone wanted. It would be nice to just buy the games you really like. But oh well. So I mean, in the end, Switch did turn out to be a cool retro system, because I was like crying, like I want to play Mario Sunshine and Banjo and DKC on my Switch, and you can these days. It's just subscription based, and you need to check in to make sure you need to check in online to validate your subscription if you haven't played it in a week. So if you're going on an airplane, be sure to activate ahead of time. Even your primary system has to check in online. But yeah, it kind of feels like, shouldn't the Switch successor have already come out? Because holy shit, 7 years ago the Switch came out. And like, we think like, that's... It feels the Switch just came out, but like, 2017 was such a different time. So much has changed, even in the past 5 years. But that kind of just says more about how turbulent my life kind of became. And kind of settled, so... Here we are once again. This guy, there's like no slowdown. This cascade has been bullshit, sure has been. Also, since you launched the N64 app, I take it you have expansion packs again. You have expansion pack again, Sarah? Because I know you said you didn't have it for a time, but you booted into the app. I saw you online with it. Oh, thanks to Retro. That's nice of them. Where's the last empty honeycomb? Friggin' Windows. I don't know if you heard that. Where's last Cheeto page? You didn't even let them on Mom's Island yet, like they asked. Yeah, Animal Crossing. It does kind of feel like not as many people are playing the Switch anymore, or there's like excitement around the platform. Like so many people I know have just like not touched their Switches in a long time. Which is a bit of a shame. But I guess a lot of people I know are really busy these days, like... Oh, I know where the empty honeycomb is, but I don't know where the... Oh, I know where the page is too. I didn't go on the balcony. Guilty, your Switch is collecting dust. You call yourself a gamer. Oh. I forgot, you have to... Okay. I haven't been playing many games, I must have been playing retro ones. This is suboptimal routing. I'm out of feathers, so I have to climb the tower twice. Normally you wouldn't even climb it once in a speedrun. You would just... what I should have done was I should have come inside, opened the top door, and then just come through the top later, so I could get the page. Instead of having to do this BS. But at least we're gonna complete Mayhem Temple in one trip. But unfortunately that does mean having to get a really slow and terrible Jiggy. Also, I've not really been playing... Well, the thing I've been doing instead of playing Switch has been... You could probably guess, Cozy Glow related stuff. But maybe not the stuff you think. Well, maybe it is. I've not been writing too much lately. I'm at the end of my latest story, and honestly... I'm not really feeling the story, so trying to make the ending good is kind of challenging, so I'm kind of not working on that too much. Wumba's Wigwam. Is she insensitive? I feel like she is, but it is what it is. Anyway, this past week I've been trying to... Wumba called this Stony. Well, we don't like stone in this household, do we? It's annoying family stuff. Spending time talking to Neo and programming. Nice. Maybe she's offensive. People also say Mumbo's offensive because he's a shaman, and I guess that's no good. I mean, you don't see Nintendo not re-releasing 2E because of Wumba. I mean, I guess you could just say, well, it's low poly enough, it's barely realistic, so who cares? I don't want to get too into that, though. But over the past week, I have been attempting to a lot more drawing, sketching, and by that I mean I'm trying to I probably just post about this on socials, but I could talk about it now. I'm attempting to adapt one of my fan fictions into a story comic with drawings. I'm Banjo the Stony. Can I come in and play? I don't know, that backpack looks kind of familiar. Are you saying we're a bear and bird in an elaborate disguise trying to cheat our way in? Yep, it's pretty obvious. But they're a bit short on players, so you may as well go in anyway. So this is the funny part I always liked, is the disguise doesn't fool him, but he still just lets you in because you fit the part for playing these games. So, kickball. Oh, I never noticed the numbers on the top. So for the last Jiggy and Mayhem Temple, we have a minigame. With the widescreen, you can see out of bounds in the top right. But anyway, I've been trying to turn one of my stories into a comic by just drawing a bunch of pictures of scenes from it, you know, in order. And that's taking, it's probably going to take a long time because it's a really long story. But to give you an idea of my progress, in 7 days, or I guess 8 days, I started it last Wednesday, I have drawn out 17 pages, and it's approximately about 85 rough sketches. And that sounds kind of impressive, but when I say rough sketches, I mean some of them do look really rough. They're just really rough approximations of what the scene is. And some of the sketches have more time put into them to where they actually look pretty decent. So I don't know. I guess art is my I guess art is my actual passion, not video games. Who would have thought? I mean, I like video games. I've liked video games growing up, but I also liked cartoons growing up. And if I was to make a career out of making either of those mediums, I guess it's cartoons. I mean, I completely failed with programming. There's no way in hell I'll ever learn a programming language, honestly. But I mean, drawing, all you need is a pen and pencil, pen and paper. It's something that I feel like I'm moderately okay at doing. And that's how Justin got his cutie mark, by drawing. But hey, video games need art. That is true. There's a lot of people who work in the video game industry who don't code. They just make the art for the games. Or, you know, a lot of streamers need art too, because streamers need to hire artists to make emotes because they can't draw themselves. But hey, if I can draw, if I was able to become a Twitch partner or affiliate, I could just draw my own emotes. I don't know why emotes is so difficult to say, but I guess it is. Like, I could say I can confidently say I could probably draw my own emotes okay. The only thing stopping me is not having a digital pen. That's the big thing I'm missing right now, and I would want to get is some kind of digital tablets or maybe even a pen add-on for my computer. Because I feel like with that, I would make some pretty sick digital art. Or is it pretty okay digital art? People even do art streams, yeah. Imagine that. Well, if I was to do an art stream, I'd have to go the pen route, the add-on route. But I kind of want to lean towards getting a Android tablet to do art with. I'll just save and quit. That's 100% Mayhem Temple. Game over. I mean, I'd love to do an art stream, to be honest. You can program, but you can you can only really draw stick figures. I mean, just remember what Luce said in Owl Pellets. King asked her, "How do you draw so good, Luce?" And Luce was just like, "All you have to do is just break down characters into simple shapes." Not saying anything, but isn't that funny? Yeah, I know. Here I am complaining that I love video games, but I can't code. I never learned to code, and I'll never be able to make a video game. And you're saying, you know, you'd like to make a game, so you've been doing some of that. Oh my god, the speed. But you can't do art assets. I mean, making a comic requires you draw a lot of drawings, sometimes repetitious drawings, but... So, I mean, drawing can be work, but it can be fun too. You am fine not being art inclined, huh? Well, I'm kind of fine being not coding inclined. I mean, because what are video games other than just ways of telling stories through... Well, I mean, I guess video games are more puzzly, like, you do a lot of problem solving, and it's a pretty lame way to describe, like, you know, action and RPG elements, but, I mean, video games are like a story medium for storytelling. So I'm just, like, trying to tell a story through... purely just through art at the moment. If you want ideas to be visual, you'll probably need to pay someone to do that. You can't have video games without video. Because what did they say, Stewball? Video killed the radio guy? And then Steven just goes, I have no idea what that means. Greg. I hate the puzzles here so much. I hate the speed. I want it to be at 10 frames a second. Like, look at this. Look at him zoom, do the goomy zoomy. Look at him zoom. Anyway. You'd like to make something more akin to a point and click. Yeah. 1 second while I take a water break. Give me a second. I'm not eating right now. Lol. Okay, we're back. BRB watering. If only. I mean, I call it a water break because sometimes it's not just me. I mean, sometimes I have to get water, but I also have to let water out. Like, water management's very important while streaming. You can't just You know. Anyway. You wonder if you can learn to do music? I mean, that's kind of where I stand too. I'm kind of like, music. But like, music's hard. Like, I tried a piano class and I absolutely failed it, so. It is technically watering, true. What was I gonna say? Also, I was thinking about the European version of Tooie. The European version of Tooie came out like 5 months after the American version. They didn't get Banjo-Tooie until 2001. We at least got it in 2000, the end of 2000. Now you can get this, Jinjo. Even Japan, I think I got it around the time of America. So I don't know what happened with Europe. Let's see how much Glitter Gulch Mine we could do without having to backtrack. Actually, now that I think about it, like, who has the ROM for Banjo? Like, it's Microsoft's game, but do you think, like, they just have, like, a ROM of Banjo at Microsoft or their headquarters? Or is Nintendo the one who has the ROMs to these games? And I guess same goes with third-party games, now that I really think about it, is... Like, does Nintendo just expect every third-party company with NSO to just have ROMs of their games? Or is Nintendo... Where does Nintendo get the ROMs? Because they are literally just ROMs. Didn't someone also like find evidence that the NES ROM for Super Mario Bros. On Wii Virtual Console was like a publicly like ripped ROM? Or community ripped, I should say. Oh my god, no slowdown here either! Like something about a Super Mario Bros. ROM with a .NES header. Someone said it had that, and that was proof that Nintendo obtained the ROM themselves from shareware site. But someone was saying maybe not. It's not that cut and dry. I don't know. That was a rumor. It isn't true. Okay. Debunked. But what is true is that apparently at the... I guess the question, it still begs the question where the heck Nintendo goes about preservation. Like, I guess Nintendo just has a collection of ROMs somewhere. It happens to use the same format because Nintendo hired the person who created it. The SMB ROM Nintendo's using can be traced back to the N64 version of Animal Crossing. Oh, it's so funny you even like mention that because I was actually playing that earlier. I just so happened to find Dubutsu no Mori at a flea market. I probably should have posted about this. I mean, my bad for like not posting anything that I'm doing. Like I probably should. But I found Dubutsu no Mori at a flea market, bought it, and I also ordered those trays you can get for the N64, the region-free cartridge trays. So I got that, so I installed it yesterday, I believe. Hell of a find, yeah, only $10 too. So I played a little of Debitsu no Mori on original N64 hardware, real cartridge too, no EverDrive. And yeah, Animal Crossing N64 is very strange. Because it kind of just makes me like wonder, like, how in the world did we play this back in the day and think to ourselves, wow, Animal Crossing, what a great GameCube game. What amazing graphics Animal Crossing has on the GameCube. Like, how in the world did we like look at Animal Crossing and think it was a GameCube game at all, considering it is just an N64 game? I mean, it's like if they put an up-res version of Tooie on GameCube and called that a GameCube game. I mean, Animal Crossing is not the only one. Cubivore is basically the same thing, an N64 game just up-res and ported to GameCube. Except Cubivore sold like shit. And it's hundreds of dollars now. The FTS emulator uses a different format. Nintendo uses the quick disk format, which is based on the master format of FTS discs. Very nice. So what actually has me interested in the N64 version of Animal Forest is, so you know that that NES that scans for your memory card for ROMs on Animal Crossing on GameCube, well, naturally there's an equivalent item in the Japanese version of Animal Forest on GameCube and on N64, but what memory card did the N64 have? Well, it had controller pack memory cards, didn't it? Yes. So, wow, no lag whatsoever. Cubivore even does gag with the GameCube logo as if it was an N64 game. Controller pack, yeah. So, someone found like a magazine where it advertises, a Japanese magazine where it advertises a giveaway for Ice Climber, but not just Ice Climber, an Ice Climber themed, Nintendo apparently gave away an Ice Climber themed Nintendo 64 controller pack that when you put it into Nintendo 64 controller would load Ice Climber into the FDS furniture item in Animal Forest. So it's actually the one and only instance of Nintendo officially supporting that item to load ROMs. But since it was a giveaway where only 30 were awarded out, and not a single one has ever like resurfaced, so it's basically like lost media. But regardless, someone actually did manage to reverse engineer what it would have been like. So there's a video where someone like makes a custom save file of Ice Climber, loads that onto an Nintendo 64 controller pack, puts that in their controller, and loads it into Animal Forest, the Japanese version. So they basically created Ice Climber cartridge out of a Nintendo 64 controller pack that runs on Animal Crossing. And why is this not working? Hello, the Toros Gamer. I have not tried online multiplayer yet. I could try that tonight, but also probably not tonight. I mean, I'm probably going to do multiple Tooie streams, so there'll be multiple opportunities for that. But again, welcome to the stream. I guess the timing's different because there's no lag. What the fuck? I can't get this. So here's the thing you need to know about the Nintendo 64's hardware. So what is the main bottleneck with the N64? What's the thing that makes the machine lag the most? Is it polygons? No, the RSP processor, the RDP and the RSP are kind of beasts. They kind of render polygons really well. But what's the thing with the N64? The low memory cache for textures. So you have when does the N64 lag the most? It's when you have things like this, textures. So really it's overlapping textures that lag N64 games more than anything. Actually. So this waterfall scene on the N64 laggy because low texture cache. Polygons not a problem. Textures the N64 just cannot do it. The more you know about the N64's hardware. If I can't do this, I can't do the speedrun then. This is like, can you even do this on this version? Because if there's no slowdown and you can't hit the window... Yeah, he's just jumping. He's not... You're supposed to levitate. I would like to get this so I could get one more jiggy without backtracking. I thought the timing was press both buttons at the same time. Like I'm trying, I think you have to press A and then B in really quick succession, but no matter how fast I try that, he just detonates without jumping because the frame rate's too high. I can't get this patched. Unless the timing is like actually way different. Like you saw me do this, Sarah, on the N64. Well, how do they do this on Xbox then? Do they do this on Xbox? I can't do this. The no backtracking run is probably dead. Well, not dead, it just means I have to get one less jiggy. Damn. Defeated. There's nothing there. Oh, you know what? There are other things I should have used the detonator for. Well, I'm gonna have to come back to that anyway. This is a boulder that I don't think the detonator breaks, only build drill. Now, if I wanted to mess around with injecting custom NES games into Animal Forest, one, I would need a Nintendo 64 to USB controller adapter. I would also need to figure out how to play Animal Forest well enough to be able to get that item, because believe it or not, I do not speak Japanese. So playing the game would be really difficult. And I mean, I could just look up how to get the item. I guess you just buy it at Nook's shop. It's not that complicated. But the funny thing is, so the cartridge I have has 4 villagers. But one of the first villager I tried had Mr. Rossetti, so they had not saved their game like a naughty player. But then the Mr. Rossetti thing I got asked me to type in something, and I don't know Japanese, so I couldn't type it. I couldn't get past it, so I only tried it once. I don't know if he's gonna make me do that every time. So effectively, that save is like locked out from me as a non-Japanese speaker. I mean, he does highlight what you have to text, so I guess I could like look for those characters. But that was kind of funny. I'm like, oh no, I'm locked out of this save file that I bought secondhand. But thankfully, the next villager I tried had saved their game since last time they played it. So that was a relief. And I had to be really sure I did save when I was done, and it's kind of nerve-wracking because unlike the American version, when you talk to the gyroid, save is not on the top, it's the third option down. I had to like translate to figure that out. Do I have an EverDrive? I do. EverDrive 64 is pretty cool. Wow, no lag here either. Oh, I think there are English patches for Animal Forest. Why don't I just play that? And load the NES ROM that way. I mean, yeah, the most obtuse way possible to play like just a few NES like early games, because it's really limited. Basically you can use it to load Ice Climber, Excite Bike, whatever. I mean, most of the games it works with are already in Animal Crossing, because it basically you can only really fit the early games on a controller pack. Oh, there's homebrew to read and write to controller packs. Oh, so I wouldn't even need to buy the adapter from Rafnet, huh? That'd be handy if I didn't have to do that. Well, I would need a way. Well, someone would have to write something, because I would need a way to get like an Ice Climber ROM. Well, I would need a way to like. You have to use a program, so kind of like formatting GameCube memory cards to work. I mean, kind of similar way you inject NES ROMs into GameCube save files. They made a program to load NES ROMs into the controller pack format. So I mean, it is basically just a standard Nintendo 64 controller pack save file at that point, so I guess you could. You just get that on whatever. You did manage to load an NES game on GameCube AC. Nice. Too bad you don't have a copy of AC. Ah! The real kicker. I mean, it's nice that what they were going for with the original Animal Crossing was it's a simulation of life, so much to the point where this video game's in the video game. Okay, so speedrunners, they just jump on the darn lampposts. Wow, I can really see this. Oh no, you fell. I'm getting really hungry. And when you kind of think about it, the N64 and GameCube overlapped a lot more than you might think. Like, I mean, granted, most games did a little bit more than just simple up-resing. But a lot of games did start on N64 and launched on GameCube, like some Resident Evils, some... I need to find that image, but someone on, I think on Blue Sky actually did a post saying, like, I'm going to tell my children that this was the GameCube, and it's like all these GameCube prototypes that had like trailers of N64 versions. Dinosaur Planet, you know, N64 to GameCube. Although Rare did a pretty good job making that look like a GameCube game. Really darn good looking GameCube game too, I might add. They didn't just up-res Dinosaur Planet. I mean, I guess Animal Crossing can get away with it because it's a pretty simplistic art style anyway. Whereas I'm sure if you were playing with a blocky model of Fox McCloud, something would look off. Although these later N64 games do look really good. I'm honestly, I would say like Perfect Dark, Banjo-Tooie, and Conker's Bad Fur, they could have gotten away with just high-res ports to GameCube, and no one would have batted an eye. Like if you had those games running at like 60 FPS on GameCube, but the same graphics, like I don't think many people would have like complained or said, "Oh, they're just putting Nintendo 64 games on the GameCube." Or maybe they would have. Star Fox Adventure seems to have really nice graphics. Makes you sad that it's Rare's only GameCube game. Yeah, they got so much out of that purchase. You got... Rare ended up only making 2 Xbox games, but 2 original Xbox games, and 1 GameCube game, and it's way more... I mean, Conquer Live and Reloaded also looks really darn good for original Xbox. These people at Rare were talented, if not a little... let's say just slow at getting their games out sometimes. I always miss one of these guys. So here's something I've been thinking about with the Rare buyouts recently. Is, you know, Microsoft, it's 2002. Conquer Xbox is censored, yeah. That is a shame. It's the one thing that stops it from being the definitive version of the game. I'm gonna explain after because I'm stressing trying to find this guy. Oh, oh! I think it's upstairs. How do I get up? No, it's here. I'm pretty sure it's here. I already checked. I didn't check this room. You're obliged. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So people have been accusing Microsoft recently of not understanding video games or the gaming industry because they seem to just be doing things that don't make sense from a console maker standpoint, more like a tech giant standpoint. Oh. So I saw this interesting video that's called "Has Microsoft Ever Understood Gaming?" I don't think that's the title, but it's basically to that effect. They basically like look at the original Xbox and talk about how, yeah, Halo was a big hit, but they kind of got lucky with Halo landing in their lap the way it did. Like, Microsoft really is not good. They've never been good at fostering talent organically with any of their studios. They really just care about like buying talent in the short term. They don't let things develop or grow. Oh yeah, Canary Mary in Cloud Cuckoo Land is probably going to be impossible. That kind of sucks. Like, how many times has Microsoft tried building up a studio and the studio just dies or goes away? Like, you think about Sony. Let's talk about Insomniac and Naughty Dog because they're kind of in the same boat. Like, Insomniac and Naughty Dog made Spyro and Crash respectively during the PS1 era under the watch of Universal Studios. And yeah, those games are a big hit for Sony. Those games are really popular. So come PS2, what does Sony do? They go to the studios directly and say, "Hey, we would like to work with you directly, Insomniac. What have you got for us?" And then Insomniac goes, "Wow, Sony will work with you," and you get Ratchet and Clank. And they've just been raising that talent ever since. And it's kind of weird to think that Sony didn't buy Insomniac until 2016, but yeah, they really did foster that talent because they just kept working them for years and years. Most of Microsoft's biggest games were bought, you guess. Yeah, even technically, Halo was a thing Bungie was making before Microsoft stepped in. I don't know if Microsoft told them to make it an FPS, but it was an Halo was an RTS for the Mac. I'm sure we all know, and it became an FPS on the Xbox. Although, funnily, it did actually get a Mac version eventually. And then you had that big trailer for... you have that infamous trailer of Rare's characters bouncing around the Microsoft logo. People fucking hate that trailer. To this day, I think, still. And, I still see people say Banjo belongs to Nintendo. If Nintendo made a AAA Banjo retail, it would sell 5 mil. I see Nintendo does more with Banjo than Microsoft. And the buyout happened 20 years ago. Like, Microsoft has had 20 years to make Banjo their IP, their mascot. And they've done diddly with it. They made Nuts and Bolts. I'll talk about Nuts and Bolts in a bit. They did a pretty definitive remaster of Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie exclusive on Xbox. People don't care. People still think of Banjo as a Nintendo thing. So much so that Banjo was the second most requested fighter in Smash Bros. Period, behind only Sora. Apparently, it is kind of disputed. Sakurai's wording on his tweet, or it was on Famitsu, a Famitsu column. Because Sakurai says Banjo was the second most requested fighter, but it's not clear if he means overall or just like among the fighters who did make it in. But just, I don't know. People just look at Rare's N64 output and just think like, Mumble want to ride bird, want to ride minecart, handcart. You have Rare Replay exclusive to Xbox, People don't care. People have been begging for that game to come to Switch for forever. And I mean, the fact I'm playing this on NSO kind of confirms like there's no need for Rare Replay on Switch, because all the games people want are on Switch, just in a different form. But just why? Why do people still look at? I mean, there's the Did You Know Gaming video about the GameCube where they bring up that apparently Microsoft didn't just want to buy Rare. Apparently, Microsoft wanted to buy out Nintendo completely, like leading up to the Xbox's launch. And they're apparently dead serious about doing it. And just how awful of a timeline that would have been if Nintendo just stopped making systems and then just made games on Microsoft's platform. And then look what's happened. Look what's happened since. You have the Wii, which was a huge success that Microsoft was like trailing behind, trying to just emulate that with Kinect. You have Switch, which sells, which is hugely successful. Like Nintendo knows their business. They know their hardware business. Maintaining their hardware is important, and they know that, and they're gonna hold on to that for as long as they can. Even you get through a big failure like the Wii U, Nintendo's not gonna give up. Honestly, you could have had 2 Wii U generations, and Nintendo still wouldn't have given up. But the Switch ended up being a big success. Oh, I could have just Death Warped, so well. I'm gonna have to use... I don't have Ice Eggs, so I'm just gonna have to fight the guy normally. This is my train control pad. You have to battle me before you can go anywhere. Who said that? Okay. I guess TLDR, the fact that people still associate Banjo with Nintendo 20 years after the buyout is completely goes to show how Microsoft has failed with incorporating Banjo IP into their ecosystem. Just for one reason or another. That's just what that signifies, in my opinion. Because if Banjo was a welcome part of Xbox, you wouldn't have people crying for Banjo to release on Nintendo systems. And I don't know how you would have changed that. I guess if Banjo came back better than ever on Xbox, sure, but we got Nuts and Bolts, which I love Nuts and Bolts, but a lot of people don't. People just hate it because it's different, and they haven't even played it. Honestly, sometimes I even see like hardcore, like I thought like, oh, you know, that's just the general opinion, like, but actual Banjo fans who give the franchise a chance see the merit of Nuts and Bolts. This boss is pathetic, by the way. He does nothing as I get hit 3 times. You don't own an Xbox 360. Well, I guess that's what Microsoft was counting on, was, hey, people love Rare, and now we own Rare. People will buy an Xbox to play Rare's games that we release on our Xbox system. How'd that turn out? You had a new IP with Grabbed by the Ghoulies in 2003 that totally bombed because it was a new IP and nobody was asking for a game like that. And then nothing until 2005. You get a remake of Conquer, which, I mean, I guess was cool, but it came out so late and didn't sell well because Conquer didn't sell well to begin with. Alright, round 2. You wonder if the bug with the Xbox 360 emulator ever got fixed. I think the Xenia emulator is pretty good right now. You wanted the Wii for point and clicks. Well, no, you want an Xbox 360 because you want an Xbox 360 because I'm Microsoft, and you want an Xbox 360. You don't want a PlayStation 3 because... that's the other thing The original Xbox might just be my least favorite of the mainstream systems. Like, not just because it's big and because it has like no games from Rare other than one game I don't own, Grab of the Ghoulies, and another Conquer, which it's a so-so version of Conquer. But when you tried Xenia, there's a problem when translating DX12 to Vulcan. There's a version of Xenia called Xenia Canary that I think is like more up to date. Has better, runs the games better than the standard version of Xenia, so you could try that. Xenia Canary, kind of like her Canary Mary. You actually like the original Xbox? I know it, like, people do like the original Xbox. I just can't get over how freaking big and loud it is. Like, that genuinely makes me not want to ever use it. Weird, I know, but and usually has the best version of 6th gen games. I know that's what people say, but I don't know. Sometimes the system with the best graphics and the best version of games isn't like necessarily like the better system. It's basically an old PC. Yeah, it's a problem. I think I like the PS2 and GameCube because those systems feel like systems of actual identities. Like, yeah, it has the best version of third-party games, but the GameCube, we have Animal Crossing, Mario Sunshine, Luigi's Mansion, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, bunch of Nintendo exclusives, of course. What am I missing from this world? Oh, yes. You wish Nvidia wasn't so horrible. It could have die shrink and maybe Xbox 360 wouldn't have been launched. Have been so rushed. Oh yeah, Microsoft got pretty screwed over by Nvidia. I know what I'm missing. Pretty much all in this area. But like, yeah, the original Xbox is basically just a PC that runs games pretty well. PlayStation 2 feels like a game console with exclusive games. Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter, Kingdom Hearts, like there's a lot of third-party exclusives to the PS2 just because of Sony's insane like deals they made during the PS1 generation too. Like Sony like was so good at third-party relations, they just nabbed so many third-party exclusives, whereas Microsoft just burns every bridge they build before they're built. Xbox One is probably the most worthless video game system of all, because there's nothing it does that Xbox Series does not. I mean, it's a way to play Xbox One disc games that doesn't cost $500, to be fair. But I mean, barring that, which may be unfair because it's a pretty big thing, Xbox Series X basically does everything Xbox One does, but better. Like, it's not just backwards compatible, it literally replaces the entire damn system. And same thing with the original Xbox, or same problem, like that, especially that original model of Xbox is just big and really ugly. Like, why would you ever play on a system that looks like a glossy VCR? Like, VCRs are cool, but just why? And maybe that's also the other thing, is they're just PCs. They have no charm. Like, the Xbox One is just a low, powerful PC. Like, why would you play games on a low, powerful PC? You're just gonna get games. Like, it's the exact same library of games, just they look worse. So Xbox One has zero merit. It has nothing exclusive, because I think pretty much everything works on Series. Oh, except the Kinect games that launched on Xbox One. So if you really are a fan of all 3 Kinect games that launched on Xbox One, you have that to hold out on. God. Kinect Sports Rivals, anyone? I think that game nearly ended Rare. I think that game bombed so bad they like actually were like on the verge of collapsing. Their whole studio. It was pretty bad. But they managed to come back with Rare Replay and Sea of Thieves, and now Sea of Thieves is the only game Rare makes because they love pirates. But also the thing, and I guess this doesn't have to do with the system, more to do with Microsoft, but just Microsoft is just the most ill-conceived, just terrible company to ever exist. Or one of the worst. Standards are pretty low now. Wow. So I can't get that Jinjo now, I'll get him later. I can't get the darn waterfall Jiggy. What's the other Jiggy I'm missing? What the heck am I missing from here? I did the boss. Is there a Jiggy I just forgot to pick up? I don't think so. Oh, Bullion Bill. But I can't save his partner because I have to go back to Mayhem Temple. I mean, it's just a stupid rule, so I mean, I could backtrack, but we'll try the levitation glitch one more time. The Xbox, you do feel the Xbox has a distinct identity. Okay. I personally feel it doesn't. Well, I mean, it does. It does have a lot of exclusive, but they're like, almost none of them are like franchises that have survived today. Like, pretty much all the exclusive on Xbox are just like, all these random games which are basically just throwing eggs at the wall and see what sticks. Like, that's pretty much all the original Xbox exclusives, besides Halo. I mean, it's cool from that standpoint, all these things, but none of them are like. I mean, they're unique that they're only on that platform, but still, it's not like you're watching the birth of a franchise. You're watching the birth and death of a franchise. Ultimately, the Xbox 360 were only good by accident, but there's nothing left to make Xbox distinct. You think we're seeing console on the way out? Yeah, we're in a weird place where like consoles are just seem obsolete. It really is just about handhelds and PCs. Like, Switch has merit because it's a handheld, it's not just a PC. That's different from PCs, but consoles are just like these closed off PCs. Birth of definite franchise, sometimes within a week. You mean like studios closing like soon after the game's launch? I mean, shit like that still happens today. I mean, it didn't take a week, but we saw Microsoft close Hi-Fi Rush, just Tango Gameworks. Like, they only made one game under them, too. Oh, Concord! I forgot all about Concord. That's a big L from Sony, I gotta say. Like, I don't even need to get into that. Like, just oh, was my problem was I just not holding A the whole time? Because finally I was doing it and I was like, maybe I need to hold the A button, and it finally worked. It worked like as soon as I figured it out. Like, that's the kind of failure you expect Microsoft to make, but Sony, jeez. Sony has been doing some real stupid shit recently, yeah. Their entire like live service and multiplayer plan has just like not worked out. I mean, you had Helldivers, which has made a lot of money, but also pissed people off because they were like, oops, we forgot to enable PS Plus account thingy. Here we go, and then They like blocked the game in all the countries of people playing it. Good job, Sony. And then they've had to cancel games. Sony is kind of in a position similar to Microsoft, yeah. Well, okay, they're both in dire straits because Sony as a corporation kind of relies on PlayStation, if I'm being real. Because look at how many divisions Sony's had to close or sell off. Like, what is Sony without PlayStation these days? So, they probably do want it to succeed. Microsoft, I mean, you could say, yeah, they have a lot of money. At least all games started under Sony. Well, actually, you mentioned Concord. Whatever I guess I may as well just go into Witchy World. So the studio who made Concord Firewalk, they did start off as an independent developer, but Sony looked at Concord and decided we're gonna buy the studio and it's gonna be an exclusive to our platform. So they bought the studio halfway through Concord's development, and so it wasn't birthed under Sony, it was developed, and that was a good investment, Sony. I'm still completely shocked by the decision to just completely just cancel the game and refund people and go through people's PS Plus digital library and manually scrub it from people's libraries. Like, this is actually like Mr. Krabs when he realizes he's not dreaming and that he like screwed up by like giving away so much free stuff, and he's like, playtime's over. He like erases someone's memory of the show they're watching. Like, that's Sony with Concord. At least Nintendo, instead of like buying Nintendo games, doing nothing with them. Fancy a burger? I've lost my appetite all of a sudden. So this is Witchy World, which I guess the whole joke is that's just the most run-down, budgeted theme park ever. This is Grunty's theme park, and it's fucking horrible. But the thing about the Xbox, I'll just quickly say, is, I mean, and it has more to do with Microsoft as a corporation, is it's just a system born out of really ill-conceit intentions. Like, literally the only reason Microsoft made the Xbox is because they were scared that Sony was gonna take over the living room and take over computing as a whole. And their entire aim with the Xbox was just, the entire mission was just stop Sony. Sony needs to be stopped. We can't let Japanese computing interfere with our American business. Like, that's literally what the Xbox was all about. And looking at a standpoint, no matter, no wonder it was so creatively stifled. And just, I don't know. It's a weird thing to like get hung up on, but that's like honestly how I feel about the original Xbox. It's kind of just, it's not a machine born out of like innovation or desire to like innovate and make games. No, it's just a machine that exists just to stomp Sony out of the living room. And like, hey, what's wrong with Sony? I mean, many things, but PlayStation did have a lot of good games. The Xbox concept is kind of racist too. Yeah, you told me how they made it green and radioactive on purpose because Hiroshima. Ugh. Project Midway. Anyway, let's see what we get. I'll now choose your fate. You win a beating! Come inside and have your fortune told by Madame Grunty. However, we are contractually obligated to point out that you may not necessarily like what she decides. Very tongue-in-cheek, Rare. Yeah. An energy bar refill. You think that could be mostly blamed on one of the original DirectX devs being a big racist? And, I mean, yeah, that was their goal. And how'd that work out? 20 million Xboxes, 150 million PS2s. It does seem like it took Microsoft way too long to do anything. It's kind of like that meme where the guy's like, come on, do something. I don't know why, but just the idea of Grunty getting permission to just beat the shit out of Banjo is just really funny. I thought the sign was going to say something like, you're contractually obligated to beat you up and you can't complain or sue us over it. Oh noes. I guess it's considered enough that an American option exists. Yeah. Not gonna get French fries from this weasel. I don't know. Microsoft, bad corporation. Everything they touch dies. I mean, I think Madame Grunty's tent is now open again. Cool. I do kind of want the Get Jiggy cheat. I kind of want to just show it off. Because I might actually make a video about this. And it'd be nice to have footage of it. Yeah. Extra grenade eggs. Some gold feathers. Cool, give me the cheat. Give me the thing. Do you have to do a certain thing before you get it? Win some gold feathers. Like, I'm not aware of, like... Do you have to get a certain number of jiggies before you can get the cheat, or can you get it? Can you get it right away? I cannot talk tonight. I don't know what the odds of getting this are, but it's pretty low. Let me get my fortune a lot today, I see. It does seem like a tough market to break to, indeed. I mean, look at Ouya, or Nvidia's cloud. Google Stadia. Finally, a beating. Beat me up, Grunty. I love it too. It's a pretty long time without a beating. That's impressive. 2 beatings in a row! Technically, the shield is a success. Yeah, but it's... It's just being marketed by Nintendo now. You're not wrong. Kind of on the money on that one. I'm playing the Nvidia Shield right now, in a way. The Switch itself is an American console? Well, it has an American-developed processor. A California processor. Nvidia is right here in the Bay Area of California. Ah, shoot. Ah, whatever. You already know that. I don't know if Twitch knows that. I mean, barrier is pretty big, whatever. Don't all consoles? Sure. There's the white Jinjo. I mean, the PS4 is... I don't know where AMD is, but they're in California as well. We live in Silicon Valley. There's some more stuff too that I probably shouldn't. I mean, that's as specific as I could get more specific with more like stuff, but I definitely should not because I do not want to be doxxed. Older consoles have odd process. They sure do. But are any of them from companies that aren't American? I mean, didn't Sega develop all this stuff in-house? They have Yamaha chips for sound. Yamaha's not American. The NES has the 6502, does it not? Is that a Motorola chip? Yeah, I'm gonna tell Twitch my full everything. I mean, I think that's what they asked for Twitch affiliates. And they were like, congrats, and oh, we're not gonna give you money. Or just gonna not gonna respond to you. Why can I not do this? It does use a Motorola processor, okay. Fine game, I will not go this way. Stop whistling. One of one. The white Jinjo has been found. White Jinjo is basically just a Jiggy shaped like a Jinjo because there's only one white Jinjo in the game. He's a very lonely family. Sega originally said they'd source a Dreamcast GPU to 3DFX. Would have been kind of interesting. Game console made by 3DFX. Ugh. TSA Tachi killed 3DFX and pissed off EA. Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing like EA was pissed at Sega for something because the Saturn failed. Yeah, that too. Damn. It's a Jinjo, let's get him. I'm gonna pack whack him. Is it because Sega cheated 3DFX? Damn. EA felt betrayed on 3DFX's behalf. So they didn't make any Dreamcast games. See, and I thought EA didn't make Dreamcast games because that was just a holdover from not making any Saturn games, but no, there was another reason they were pissed. Might have helped inspire the Xbox as well. I mean, people do look at the Xbox as the spiritual successor of the Dreamcast, and in some ways it kind of is. EA did make Saturn games. They did. Not many, but they did. Oh yeah, Madden is on Saturn. That's a good point. Like Madden 97, I think, is on Saturn. Yeah, it definitely is. EA's also shit company anyway, though. Like, here's why I think, like, we talk about the Microsoft buying Rare killed the company, but honestly, thinking about it objectively, Rare is probably screwed anyway. Because think about, like, I guess going independent just wasn't an option for them. They needed capital. They got burnt by Nintendo. Didn't want to buy the. Nintendo owned 49% stake in the company. Said no, we're not gonna buy the remainder and buy your company. And that was a huge blow to Rare. It really was. I guess going. Well, how much could they have made from? They would have had to have they would have had to have buy that back from Nintendo if they wanted to go independent. So, and they probably did not have the capital to do that. So then you sell yourself to someone else. So, I mean, that's what Microsoft did. They bought the shares from Nintendo. They bought the rest of Rare. What am I doing? He actually made good games in 2000. Yeah. And you know what they did? They bought up a bunch of studios who made good games and basically milked them dry and closed them all out. They went on a buying spree for studios and basically killed most of the studios they created or had bought up in the 2000s. Same thing with Activision. Look what happened to Bizarre Creations. I forget who bought them, but they're not around. So on it, could that have happened to Rare? Like, if Rare was bought by Activision, would Activision have just decided, like, at some point, you know what, your studio in Twycross, it's costing us too much money to run. We're just gonna close your studio down, Rare. Thanks for the IP. Hey, it's Colin. Like, at least under Microsoft, Rare still exists, but would Activision have just bought Rare? Because apparently that was the other option. Would they have just bought Rare and just a few years later decided, no thanks, you're done? Or the other thing, which is also likely, is just decide, you know what, we could use your hands to help out with Call of Duty, which definitely happened. And you really look into just the deep shit that Activision did. Especially, like, leading up to the Microsoft buyout. Like, it's some pretty nasty stuff. Like, big corporations fucking suck. So, I think Rare is just... Activision was already shit in 2000. Yeah. I mean, Rare came from humble beginnings. They were just... Tim and Chris Stamper were just bedroom coders in the 80s, and they hit it big on the ZX Spectrum because they were very knowledgeable with game development thanks to their I think they were hired to, like, repair arcade boards, so they learned a lot about computing. So they took their arcade expertise to the British home computing, so the games were like leaps and bounds ahead of all the other games coming out back then. And then they just went off into the sunset. There's some weird things, but they, like, sold Ultimate Play the Game, but in kind of a forward-thinking fashion, they did not look towards home computing after a certain point. Like, you look at a developer like Psygnosis, they gritted their teeth on the Amiga, didn't they? But Rare was like, no, cartridges, that's the future. Nintendo is the future. So they make Famicom and NES games, and they hedge their bets on that instead of home computing during the late 80s and early 90s. And it pays off big for them. They get really cozy with Nintendo. Nintendo's like, you know what, Rare, you can make a game with one of our IPs. They choose Donkey Kong. Nintendo also tells Rare, hey, Sega has this game coming out, Aladdin. It looks really good. We want you to make a game that's got really special graphics. And then Rare's like, hey, we got these $15,000 workstations for Silicon Graphics. Here's what we can do with them. And then they make Donkey Kong Country, and it absolutely just blows everybody's minds away. Everyone thinks it's a Ultra 64 game because they can't believe the graphics that display on N64 on the Super Nintendo with Donkey Kong Country. Nintendo's so impressed, wow, we'll buy a 49% stake in your company, Rare. And then come N64, Nintendo sticks with cartridges. All the developers, Capcom made some N64 games, but like Square Enix, Nintendo's like left out of Silicon Graphics computers. We don't know why Disney Interactive didn't use Silicon Graphics. We don't know if Disney is using Silicon Graphics. Why didn't Disney just make Donkey Kong Country? Like, Nintendo lost so many third-party support come N64, and then what happens? You have Rare come out like top of their A game, better than they'd ever been with N64. Make some of the greatest games ever on that system. GoldenEye, Banjo-Kazooie, Diddy Kong Racing, Banjo. You can tell them that these games are good because I'm shouting their names. Look at the poor edging on Woody. We recommend that you see the movie first because the cutscenes are horrible. I wonder who actually played the game Toy Story without seeing the movie. Who looks at a thing and goes, "Okay, I'm gonna play the game instead of watching the movie because that game is how I want to get the story. I want to get the story of the movie from the game." No, see. How am I getting really sidetracked? Well, I mean, these are the points of live streams. I just talk about just whatever nonsense. Oh yeah, the globe was inside the wigwam. Wamba's wigwam. Which to me and my brother, wigwam was a funny word. It just is. Heave-ho. We weren't allowed to go to theaters and the games came out before the VHSs. Huh. Well, that's cute. I want to call this fan. So Van gets to let us live out our dreams of economic shortchange. Oh no, I fell. So it's fun. This door here is only here in case you just don't hit the warp pad and can't get back up, or just don't want to use warp pads for some reason. Obviously it didn't work well. You fell for it a few times. My point is, like, Rare had it good, but just they kind of got by just going off on their really old-fashioned like values and work ethics. Like, but times were changing come time of the GameCube. Games are getting more expensive to make. Games that you could make with just a handful of programmers couldn't really do that kind of stuff anymore. Bro, that is so easy with the lack of slowdown. Like, Banjo was made by a team of like a dozen people. Like, less than 2 dozen people made Banjo-Kazooie in... Well, maybe not. Banjo-Kazooie itself like went through multiple iterations, but less than 2 dozen people... I mean, maybe by the time he got to 2, he was 2 dozen. So, like, less than 30 people or so were able to get Tooie made in less than 2 years. Like, a relatively small team compared to what you have nowadays. Like, these full-on fucking Hollywood productions taking 6 years and hundreds of people. Good golly. Video games these days. But I think even come GameCube, you needed bigger teams games were more detailed and more expensive to make, and they knew that they couldn't get by just doing what they'd done. So they needed capital, and Nintendo wouldn't give it, and Microsoft did, and they got screwed because Microsoft doesn't understand games. And that's how Equestria was formed. Maybe next time I'll tell you the story on Banjo-Kazooie's development. Like, oh yeah, here's another thing I've like thought about, like thinking about it, the more I think about it, like Rare competed with themselves internally. Like the reason they made Banjo the way they did is because they were so impressed with Conker, they wanted to outdo Conker. Back then it was Conker's 12 Tales. Conker's Quest. Well, then there's still Tales, which obviously came out as Bad Fur Day, but at the time they were making a squirrely based 3D platformer that looked really good. I need the French fries, I think. So slow. What the fuck was I talking about? I know it's oh yeah, Banjo and Conker. Give me some fries, Joe. You better prepare for the impending rush. Why, you cheeky. So here's how Banjo was made. You have Dream on the Super Nintendo. It was called a action game with pre-rendered graphics. The SNES is on its way out, so they make it for the N64 instead. But it's like a pirate adventure game, but the game ultimately becomes kind of directionless because it just kind of is. Games are hard. Sometimes you just lose direction and you have to restart. So this is like the end of 1996, early 1997. Their pirate game is going nowhere. They see Conker being developed in another barn at Rare headquarters, and they decide, hey, 3D platformers, that's what we should do. So they make Banjo. Like, this is what's impressive. They see Conker being developed, so they start making a 3D platformer. They finish their 3D platformer before Conker even comes out. Like they see Conker and they surpass it in because even like the Conker team looked at Banjo and was like, holy shit, their game looks better than ours. That they're leeching off of ours and being inspired, but now theirs looks better than ours. Like, that's what they did. It's just competed with each other. So, and I don't know when Conker transitioned from 12 Tales to Bad Fur Day. It must have been in 1998, because if Banjo released in June 1998, and if they did buckle down and try to finish 12 Tales, I do wonder when the hell would it have come out. If that version came out after Banjo, I guess people would have gone, well, what's the point? We just had Banjo. So maybe they were pissed about that, and that's why they... Or maybe, well, they say they made it Bad Fur Day because of the criticism of the game just looking very samey and generic. But the development of Conker is just funny because it literally took the entire N64 console generation. It was one of the first games being developed at Rare after Killer Instinct, and then it became one of the very last games on the system. Last game by Rare. I don't know. I kind of look into this stuff too much, but I find it fascinating at least. Wasn't I just here? Oh yeah, because I died. Alright, so this kid's a pain. Actually, well, I'll feed him. But I can't save him without backtracking. So, you just have to stay in the fiery inferno. Did I get the Globo? I did. I don't know. The world's a messy, messy place, isn't it? Business is messy. But hey, we have Banjo on Nintendo again, 20 years later. So at least some things have worked out. Let's look at this box art one more time. Like, look at that. Bear and bird are back. I do like the European box art too. It's basically a inverse. Actually, yeah, Xbox Game Studios released in 2000. Actually, what does it say? Release kicks off revealed grandchildren who had been trapped under a rock. It was survived by her sisters. It's the bear bird duo, Banjo-Kazooie to the rescue. Magical minigames, perplexing puzzles, and freaky foes await them in the stages ahead. To reach ruins, underworld realms, and even an amusement park of sorts. It sure is an amusement park of sorts. Packed with action to rival its predecessor, can now act independently as both Banjo and Kazooie. Swap types of eggs, blue fire. You made them good with these. I'm not trying to read it coherently. I'm trying to speed read it really weirdly. There are also many games for 4 players. Oh yeah, 2001. Oh, it even says 2001 in the title screen of the European version. That's so weird to see, because Banjo-Tooie to me is not a 2001 video game. It is a 2000 video game. Conker's Bad Fur Day is a 2001 video game. Spy Fox in Operation Ozone is a 2001 game. Man, I still can't believe they got GoldenEye released. I mean, I guess it wasn't that hard. It apparently wasn't really down to MGM. It really was just down to Nintendo and Microsoft cooperating, which they were able to do. Can I just delete these games? There we go. We have all these great games, and you have fucking Iggy's Wreckin' Balls, which apparently is pretty fun, and then Extreme Sheet, which is also apparently pretty fun, but I mean, I thought we weren't going to get shovelware on this app, but I guess we are. We did. Let's take a quick look at the Japanese app. I will go back to the American app in a moment. Oh, you've been saying stuff I've not been reading. Oh god. Or you said stuff a while ago I missed. Oh look, Japanese Tooie art. Jasper Games experience. Oh no, you didn't say stuff. Neo freaked out when you mentioned Iggy. Oh, got a different title screen. Hi, GGY. It looks so tiny in full screen. Banjo-Kazooie Great Adventure 2. It's interesting, there's like a delay with the widescreen. Huh, it shows the American box art in the on the table still. Well, actually, it's not the American box art. That's the prototype for the American version's box art. Fun fact. How come Japan doesn't get Iggy or the Rally game? So it's cool we have all three versions of the game. I don't think like Australian NSO is a thing. So like I don't think this Australian version's been re-released. This is what I love about NSO. It's easy to just jump back where you were. All games should have save states. Every game, even new ones. I guess slight fun fact with the Japanese versions of Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie is the person who did the translations for Banjo was none other than Splatoon director, I always forget his first name, last name Nogami. So the director or producer, the guy who in 2017 did that like dab during the Nintendo presentation where he said Splatoon. He like did the dab. That's the guy who translated Banjo into Japanese, I believe. What OS version of a game is there? Banjo-Tooie. I don't know if that... I mean... There is a unique cartridge and ROM for the Australian version of Tooie, but I don't know if that's been re-released with NSO. Like, if you actually live in Australia and are playing NSO, I think you just get the American ROMs or the European ROMs. I don't think Nintendo would bother re-releasing the Australian ROM. Why is there Australian Banjo-Tooie? Apparently there is. It's PAL 50 Hz and only has English. It's like completely worthless, but it exists. There's Australian Tooie because people in Australia play N64 as well. There's actually quite a lot of unique Australian N64 carts. I think Australia has the same NSO we do. Okay, so they're probably not getting... So they're not getting screwed. They just have the same things we do. Wait, I shouldn't have done that. Actually, we will do it this way. OS usually gets European games. Like, just identical ROMs to their European counterparts. Well... I don't know. I'm not like the expert on this, but I think... I mean, if it had unique cartridge art and boxes, most of the time it probably would be the European ROM and chips. But in some cases it wouldn't be. But yeah, I think there's an Australian version of Banjo-Tooie, 50 Hz, English only. Completely worthless. Nintendo only does 50 Hz versions if they have the other languages. They only do that for the sake of having the few other languages. I don't know. I guess Australian N64 games are something you'll have to look into, Sarah, because it is kind of interesting. Australia even has their own exclusive Nintendo 64 version of that system. They got like a Pokemon edition, a Pokemon Stadium edition Nintendo 64, totally exclusive to Australia. But no other region got that version of the console. There. Love the sound effects for this game. Power Star Spinner. The hell is HSV Adventure Racing? Australian Proto. Did Indiana Jones not release in Australia? Just a prototype? Lilac Wars Australian. Pokemon Snap Australian. Hmm. Snowboard Kids Australia, Europe. Guess not Snowboard Kids. We have to specify it. Alright, you can get this Jiggy as Mumbo. Let's see if I can do it. Whoop. Good question. Yeah. Whatever question I asked. Oh, Indiana Jones. It looks like it only came out in North America. Hmm. That's a PAL Proto. Damn it. Oh, I was gonna save when I got onto the planet's rings. I didn't even get that far. I mean, it kind of makes sense. The American version was probably already barely financially viable. Localizing it. Like, that's the kind of thing people realize. It's like, all these like cartridge prototypes, people go, well, why didn't they just release the game? Because producing cartridges is expensive, so it's no wonder so many games like canceled back then. Man, playing Banjo-Tooie this way kind of sucks. Like, actually, like going through the worlds to like 100% them as much as you can is like where that many games canceled, kind of. I mean, yeah, games get canceled all the time. I mean, if it's a high-profile game, like something that has to come out, sure they'll push through it. But people, developers experiment and just don't bring stuff to market all the time, or just financials don't work out. It's a tough industry. Kind of relapsing, thinking just how much more stuff there is to do in this amusement park. So we'll finish Witchy World, and then that'll be the end of the stream. But we still got a ways to go before that. Or it's like how the engine still starts. You can still hear the engine revving. Apparently the Australian release of BT was in 2000. What? What the fuck happened with Europe then? Why did it not come out until 2001? Oh, just translating? Yeah, because translating into 3 languages takes so long to do. Not buying it. You ain't slick, Rare. Spanish, French, and German was the other one. I mean, I guess that makes sense, because if they had a 50 Hz version of the game ready to go, why else would you delay it, if not just for the languages? So that sucks Europe had to wait so long for the game just because of that. Apparently EU release has bug fixes that Australian doesn't have. I mean, I knew EU had bug fixes, but Australia, the Australian release more resembles the US release, just retimed for 50 years. That is fucking weird. Like, that's so weird. It truly is like a unique Australian version of Banjo-Tooie. Could have just released that in the UK, yeah. I mean, weirder stuff happens with cartridges games. They'll have different versions of games for different regions, but... Damn, now I kind of want an Australian version of Tooie cartridge. Or just play that ROM somehow. Fembles, whatever is running in their office. They're like, good enough, just ship it. We'll get the European version out soon enough. Alright, everyone, you're free to go. Count of you little shit. I didn't mean to hit him yet. Watch him go. Alright. Get out of here, bearded camel. Let's go be from the first game. Get out of here, you evil, mighty dinosaur. Come on. I love how so many of this game's problems can be solved by just firing grenade eggs. Like, a surprising number of solutions puzzles just involve blowing stuff up. Like, grenade eggs are the best things that they put in this game. Stupid killer alien thingy. Don't stop shouting for help. Ooh. The Orange Ginger family is complete. Oh no, I fell. Ooh, green. Alright. Now let's fight the boss. We'll do all the crud in Space World, in Spaceland. And then that ought to do it. It's Conga from the first game. Monkey. There's another boss for us to fight, Mr. Patch. Which, even as a youngin' kid, I knew exactly what that thing was, or what they were doing with that thing. His inflating connector. because, you know, I know what anatomy was. And I was like, oh, that's a thing. How could Nintendo release this game? Again, you have that. You have the rock formation in Pterodactyl Land. How did I miss? How could Nintendo re-release this game and not put it in the adult NSO app? That's kind of one of the things I was like worried about with when they made that video of all the adult jokes in Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie. I was worried that like stuff that Rare was able to get away with wouldn't fly, and they'd have to make Banjo a mature-rated game. But no, I guess it's all A-okay. Rated E for everyone. Get him. This is the hardest thing to hit ever. Also, not realistic at all, because you think blowing up one patch would be enough to actually just deflate him right there, but no. You have to hit all of them. Huh. Oh, come on. Probably how they justified it. Also, he's an inflatable dinosaur, so I guess he gets the pardon. For being rude. Uh-oh, looks like trouble. Sure is. I feel bad for all the Banjo-Tooie speedrunners who just want to mess with Banjo-Tooie, who now have to sign up for a $50 a month subscription fee. $50 a year. God, $50 a month. No. Like, what if you're just interested in Banjo-Tooie? You have to sign up for a subscription, pay $50 a year, no monthly. Nintendo's not that evil yet. Pay to play, yep. But why do you have to pay subscription? Why not just pay once, play unlimitedly? Why? Like, this is the reason I don't want to do digital drawing. All the good art apps are a fucking subscription. Like, I don't know how much I'm gonna use an arts app. Like, I unsubbed from Xbox Game Pass just because I was tired of the reoccurring payment that I wasn't using enough to justify that. So I just fucking bought Rare Replay digitally so I could just play Rare Replay when I want to, and just play it as often or as infrequent as I wanna. What about Kitra? Is that something you're asking me, or is that something I said? Because I don't think I said that. Jeez, how are people already beating the game? Asking? I don't know what Kitra is. Oh, free drawing program. That could be good. Perhaps that's what I should try. If I were to buy hardware, I'm thinking of drawing tablet. That's such a vague word, isn't it? A pen for my current computer would be how I do art live streams, but I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, I probably do at some point. But just for using out and about, and probably for most of my art I would do for my story, I would want like a tablet computer. Probably a Samsung. I'm thinking like Samsung tablet, just because that's like the most affordable. It probably is more versatile than an iPad. Like I looked into Microsoft Surfaces, but it just doesn't seem. They just don't seem. They just seem really expensive for what they are. I guess you could say, ask your friend what they do. Ah, yes, you know a friend who's an artist, who's actually a real artist, not just a very much wannabe artist like I. I guess amateur artist is the word for that. You know, several. Cool. I love that every time you get one of these things, it like there's an audience that boos really hard for you because they just really hate Banjo. Did you read the headlines the other week? Xbox like head of whatever he does says no one cares about Banjo-Kazooie. What's the source? Just one Spanish YouTuber who says he heard it at some convention that happened a month ago. That definitely happened. But then, like, regardless, the guy had to, like, actually, like, speak about it, and he didn't deny it, he just said, oh, it's just lost in translation, and, you know, I love Banjo-Kazooie. Great memories, blah, blah, blah. At least one does get paid for commissions. Oh, yes, they do. I don't know why it's making me dizzy. Whack the bear! It's kind of funny even playing Banjo-Tooie on Switch, because I already played Banjo-Tooie on Switch. This I actually did post about. I played Banjo-Tooie 100% on RetroArch on my modded Switch. And it was okay, but just I hate RetroArch, and I guess maybe updating my Switch broke it, but just RetroArch just does not save anything anymore. So it just made me never want to use it again. Although honestly I'd say this runs better. Like that was still pretty, like Tooie still had a lot of slowdown. But this is like pretty good. In fact, I actually can't wait to play. Come on, get 69 points! Yes! Oh, I didn't get it. I'm a real winner. It's kind of impressive. I started just a few hours ago today, and I've already got 30 jigsaw pieces. Hold? Hold what? Oh. So when it comes to the speedrunning, you know how we have to have a pre-made save file for the Jinjo patterns. Well, this version is probably going to be really nice for that. Oh, I could have taken a video instead of just a screenshot. Ah, whatever. Since you can just load save states, there's no more need for copying save files over. You can just check your save file if it has the right Jinjo pattern, and then just make the save file. Instead of having to painstakingly copy it, you just load your save state, so you don't even need to go do that again. Which I'll probably do. Yeah, if I do want to speedrun this version, that'll be a nice quality of life thing to have. If it were me, you'd probably still be on the first world. Oh, so no warping for me in this playthrough. It's not really that useful until after you've already beat the game one time. So, oh, okay, so I'm missing... So he's gonna give me the page. I'm freaking missing some notes. So the only Jiggy I can't get is Mrs. Boggy and for saving her son. Which I can't do because it requires a move that you get in a later world. Forced backtracking. But overall, there's not that much backtracking required in this game. It's just a few Jiggies here and there. Well, granted, GGM I did cheat. Actually, for the first two worlds, I did kind of use some exploits to... Oh, this aiming. To get some Jiggies that you're supposed to backtrack for. This, I can't put my finger on it, but just, it feels wrong. Like, the stick sensitivity for the aiming cursor just does not feel right. And I know that's a common complaint with NSO, is the joystick aiming in games does not feel right because the mapping is... Something about the joystick isn't correct. I don't know what it is. Like, it feels a lot easier to over-aim in this version. Whee! I know where the missing notes are. I will get them before we leave this world. Oh, that's a game they need to put on NSO. Diddy Kong Racing. I think that's actually the last one. Or DK64. So, okay, we don't have Killer Instinct Gold, Mickey Speedway USA, Diddy Kong Racing, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Donkey Kong 64. So there's still a few rare games missing. But for the most part, the big ones are here. The two Banjos, the two FPSs, Jet Force Gemini and Blast Corps. It's funny because you think, like, if Nintendo's going to go out of their way to make an 18+ N64 app, surely Conker has to be there. But not. It's Perfect Dark and frickin' Turok, which already has a remaster on the eShop, but sure. It's nice to just have the game if you have NSO, I guess. Oh yeah, Mickey Speedway, Disney. Seems like Sony's the only one who can re-release Disney games, because strangely all those like licensed games are on PSN. But, like everyone else, yeah. Like, where does the legality of Diddy Kong Racing lie? Because that was actually published by Rare, not Nintendo, back in the day. Who's going to publish it now? Is it going to be Nintendo? Because they published the DS re-release. Wow, 600 points. But like Diddy Kong Racing is weird because it has Banjo and Conker in it. So, but like I'm playing as Banjo in on a Nintendo console right now. So surely the IP is not the issue. So Diddy Kong Racing has to freaking happen. It has to. And if the next Nintendo system just has the same NSO, which we think it will, then surely it'll have the same games. So it'll continue, and Diddy Kong Racing will probably come out like even after the Switch successor, we'll probably see NSO updated on the Switch itself still. You thought Rare only published Conquer? No. Well, yeah, they published. So actually, it's kind of a revelation to me too. A lot of Rare's games on the N64 were actually published by Rare. So Nintendo published GoldenEye, the two Banjos, Blast Core, Killer Instinct. I already said GoldenEye. But Perfect Dark, Jet Force, Diddy Kong, and Conquer were all published by Rare, but just distributed by Nintendo. For some reason. Yeah, Rare self-published a few of their games. I'm not sure why. It may have just been a money thing, may have been an IP thing. Got everything we can here. Same for here. Why is the Nintendo logo in the games then? Because Rare likes Nintendo? I don't know. I guess just that. Nintendo distributes the games. They're listed as exclusive distributor, but whatever the fuck that means. I mean, it means what it means. Conquer opens up with the Nintendo logo. Yeah, he shreds it to pieces. So does Perfect Dark. The Perfect Dark opens up with the Nintendo logo pretty prominently. But nope, Rare published game. But I mean, Nintendo owned 49% of Rare, so I guess kinda counts. But like, you look at the copyright for Banjo-Tooie. Copyright 2000, Nintendo / Rare, game by Rare. Same thing for DK64. You look at Diddy Kong Racing, it actually says copyright 1997. What the? Speedy Gonzales Banjo, what the? What's happening? Fucking emulator? They're all messed up. Is it like this from a clean, like, reset too? We'll test that in a moment. I just want to see the fast demos. It might be 60 FPS, but it's just... the game's not really meant for that speed. So it's just double speed. I watched the first demo when I booted this up and it wasn't like this, was it? We'll see. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna also talk about, like, yeah, Nintendo has an 18+ rated NSO app, but are they just not gonna, or in America it's 17+, but are they not gonna re-release Conquer regardless? Or would they release it? Like, that's the thing, like, is Nintendo just scared of how, like, raunchy that game is, that they wouldn't want to go near it? Or are they okay with it because it's in an adult-rated app? Or do they just want nothing to do with the game, period? Like, it would be a huge get, but maybe they just don't want people playing it. I mean, Rare released it on Rare Replay with a notice that, hey, this game has content that might be sensitive to some players, blah blah blah. There's a content warning. Even though there's no content warning for Perfect Dark, which is also M-rated. Good thing I'm streaming at 60 FPS. I don't know, it's not good 60 FPS, it's just fast. Where the hell is DK64? I don't know. I really wish DK64 would come to Switch Online. I would definitely play that a lot. But Nintendo does not seem interested in re-releasing DK64, and I don't know why. It could be just it's really difficult to emulate, because the Wii U emulator was shit. So fast. Or it could be, I don't know. They're planning a DK64 remake. Yeah, right. No way. I don't know. DK64 just continues to be an anomaly that's just missing. Should have happened eventually, I just don't know what the delay is all about. Or maybe Nintendo just thinks DK is a shit game, which they're not wrong, but I love it. There's a few more demos to get through. I do just want to watch them. Hey, look, it's Grunny Industries, everyone's favorite level. Honestly, Tooie has more in common. It's more of an adventure game than a platformer, so like it's more Zelda than Mario. I think when people realize that, they'll should be more forgiving to it, because people hate on Tooie because it's slower paced than its predecessor, but it's kind of by design. They just want to make something more adventure-y, puzzly than pure platformer-y. And for what it is, Tooie is still really good. Omanaka. I think that's the last one. Well, there's a few more. This is the last one, I'm pretty sure. Look, it's Glide. Ugh. So many of these. I wonder if it's desynced. I don't think he's supposed to fall in there. Yeah, Mumbo, I'm pretty sure is the last one. Something you pretty much only see in the demo because there's no point in using the spell, to be honest. Because if you're a smart player like me, you can get through Atlantis without needing infinite breath. So we'll just have to watch the title screen just 2 more times because we're gonna see if this is the end of it, and then I want to do a fresh reset to make sure, like, was it something I did or is it just always like this? This has just been 10 minutes of watching demos. Oh, even that Jiggy was fast. Pika! Not quite. I do never get sick of the sequence, though, surprisingly. Yeah, I guess it just always runs fast. So yeah, I think that's... Oh yeah, and despite the fact the Rare logo is on the box, it's a published by Nintendo game. Although if you squint at the Jet Force Gemini logo, I can't zoom. The N64 controller does not have a X or Y button. There we go. What does that say? Right by her thighs. Published by Rareware. Published by. You can see it good. Banjo-Tooie doesn't say published by Rare. It's published by Nintendo because they made Banjo to be a Nintendo IP, and then Nintendo didn't want it anymore, so sold it to Rare and Microsoft. Thighs? Am I gonna get banned? I hope not. Remember when the apps looked like this? It freaking looked like this, just 9 games, and everyone was like, you got Zelda, Mario, Star Fox, everything else sucks. Yoshi's fucking Story. Look at what we have. Paper Mario, Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo-Kazooie was the second game released for it. Believe it or not. It's kind of wild to think about. They announced it with the app, too. Like, they teased games that were going to come out for it, which included, most of the ones above. They also, they teased that Banjo would be coming when they announced the N64 app, so we were like, holy shit. Rare games on the NSO app. And 27 hours. Jeez, that's not normal. I was considering doing another playthrough, but it didn't work out. I wanted to play through this in prep for Tooie today, but there was a lot of construction. You wouldn't have been able to hear me very well. It would have been annoying. Plus, I kind of was talking with the Cozy Glow server about a lot of things, basically. I don't need to get in. Basically, just the topic of, do we actually want the character to come back or just leave the ending as is? Which led to quite the discussion. Yeah, individual game playtime. 22 hours of Majora's Mask. 24 hours of Paper Mario. Can you tell I really loved the Nintendo 64? 17 hours of Ocarina of Time. 8 fucking of Mario Kart. 12 of Star Fox, because it encouraged you to play multiple times. Only 7 of Mario 64. What a scrub. I think I still have less than an hour of... I didn't know it was that bad. Only 17 of Dr. Mario. Jeez. One Snap. About an hour of Puzzle League. 5 of Mario Golf. Was a little surprising. Actually, twice as much Mario Golf as tennis. Oh yeah. 26 hours of Mario Party. Because I'd have to leave the computers playing like 50 turn rounds just to get Eternal Star. Jeez. Mario Party 2 has a lot of hours too. Oh yeah, you did beat me at Dr. Mario and Dr. Luigi. Some playtime in Stadium, hardly any playtime in Stadium 2. I didn't grow up on that game, didn't care much for it. 24 hours in GoldenEye. 6 hours in Jet Force is pretty respectable. I didn't beat Jet... Actually, how far did I... Did I at least, get to the thing? Also, they updated Jet Force to have better widescreen. It's hard to explain, but they made it better later. I got to the part where you at least get to the final boss in this. But then it does the annoying thing where it's like, oh, you have to go back and rescue all the tribal people before you can actually fight the final boss, which I did not do. Cause 4. Looks like cozy. Yeah, this game's alright. Haven't played this yet. I have not pushed the start. Haven't played this, really. Mario Party... Where am I in Mario Party 3, actually? I don't think I beat the single player. I meant to get around to doing that, and I didn't.
Mario Party 3!
What is the file name here? Oh, cozy. What a surprise. How much more of this do I have to play through? I think like a little more than half. Or I've not played this since last year. I need to get back on that. I haven't played these two, because fuck them. Okay. That's going to do it for the stream. I've been live for almost 5 hours. Wow. We started the stream by... So I did do pretty good Freddy Fish 2 and 5 speedruns earlier. I'll submit those. I don't know if I'll have a speedrun Freddy Fish 1 on Switch because holy fuck. They picked the wrong version. You can't skip anything. And we played a bunch. We played like, what? How many hours of Tooie? We played almost 3 hours of Tooie. So that's gonna do it for now. What are you doing tomorrow? Because either I can do this again tomorrow, or I could do other stuff tomorrow. Like instead, like either I stream tomorrow, or I do like movie night with the server, which I normally like do on Fridays. But I could do Tooie instead, or if you know for certain you can't watch on Friday, I could just do movie night. I don't know what we'll watch though. We already watched all 4 Equestria Girls movies. You do need to do a store run tomorrow. Okay. Not sure. Okay. We'll play it by ear or moments, whatever. We'll see. Okay, that's gonna do it for today, though. Thank you very much for watching, Sarah, and anyone else who is watching. And yeah, I'll see you all later. Bye bye.